Loaded for Braden. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch in the air to left. Hit well, carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Braden Frazier. Grand slam. Boom. 2-1. Peterson hits it well, deep to left. Get going, baby. It is gone. Peterson hit it over the bullpen. Sammy P. Boom. 2-1 is a count to the Hawkeye catcher. The pitch, line drive into right. That's a base hit. They're going to wave Seegers around third. Here he comes. It's bobbled by the right fielder, and Seegers scores. The Hawkeyes jump over the railing down the third base side, and that'll do it. The Hawks run rule Michigan today, 13-3 in 8 innings. Iowa got to the 40-win mark with that victory over Michigan a couple of days ago. Now 40-13. Michigan dropped to 26-27. They would win their elimination game over Illinois last night. And so now Michigan now 27-27. They'll await the loser of this game. And so this 8-team bracket is broken up into 2 brackets. So Michigan awaits the loser of this game, which will be played tomorrow at 2 p.m. The winner of Iowa and Indiana gets another off day tomorrow before playing at basically sunrise, a little bit after it, 9 a.m. on Saturday, the winner of this game. But I feel that those in black and gold will wake up with no problem and get ready to play that game if Iowa can knock off Indiana today. Illinois, they lost to Indiana and then lost to Michigan, so they're out, and the winner of this bracket will either be Iowa, Indiana, or Michigan. The Hawks can put themselves in the driver's seat with a win over Indiana today. But after the win over Michigan, we were joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. He gave his thoughts on the win. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, congratulations on the win.
Thanks, John. Yeah, it was kind of a, you look at the final score and it's just like, oh, we had a great day, and it was, pretty easy, and we know it wasn't. Those first 5 innings were awfully difficult, and the job Jack Whitlock did coming in, bases loaded, nobody out. I think he came in first and second and then walked a guy. And then to punch out the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, I mean, that's the game, right? And then you come back and you score 6 in the bottom half, and that's about as deflating a situation as you could be in on the other side. I'm just really happy for our guys. There was adversity, a lot of it, all day long. You felt like, some things were stacked against you, in multiple fronts. I thought, off O'Halloran, I thought we were locked in. We were banging balls around the yard early, and we weren't getting anything to show for it. And that's concerning, as a coach, because it's just natural to start pressing, right? You're not getting rewarded for the good at-bats. And, we just kept talking about hey, you're doing it. The dam will break. Just believe me, everything will work out. You just got to keep putting it together. And they certainly did, as you can see, 12 runs after the 5th inning, or starting in the 5th inning. And just, we got a fun group. It's just a resilient group.
Coach, I think back to that game against Northwestern that we lost, where their pitcher was dealing pretty well and the strike zone was kind of all over the place, and you and Coach Heller talked about us maybe caving a little bit late in the game. Could have done the same thing today against O'Halloran and didn't.
Yeah, they just held their zone. They held the plan. And we just talked a lot about the commitment it takes to be really successful and the recommitting every single pitch. And that's the hard part as a baseball player. It's like, can I recommit regardless of what happened the last pitch? And recommitting to the plan, recommitting to the pitch, recommitting to your teammates. And that's what we've been hammering on here the last few days, and certainly all year. And I thought that was indicative of today. And just, we talk about this every time, but the overall production of this lineup is just impressive. And, Brennan didn't have a great day, and he carried us on Sunday, or on, Game 3 against Northwestern. And then everybody else just picked up the slack, right? You look at Seegers through Moss, and you're talking about 8 hits and 7 RBIs. And, we certainly get a grand slam out of Braden with 2 outs. Sam Honar's big hit with 2 strikes and 2 outs really kind of popped the balloon. And then obviously Frazier's ball was the big blow. And then Petey gets a 2-out 3-run homer. So just really good. It's a bunch of different guys, man. Every single day you don't know, right? It could be him, could be him, could be him. You know, I feel like it's tough to go into our lineup thinking, well, if we get these guys, if we can shut these guys down, we're going to be okay. It's like, well, then these guys may hurt you. And, you know, that's why we've had a great offense thus far. And it's been fun to watch. It's just, like I said, it's a fun group, and they really believe in themselves. And most importantly, they just believe in one another.
Pieces coming together at the right time, Coach. We get an off day tomorrow. We'll talk to you again on Thursday.
Sounds good.
Iowa 13-3 over Michigan on Tuesday, and here we are talking to you on Thursday. Let's welcome in color analyst John Evans. Let's just put a cherry on top of that win over Michigan a couple of days ago.
Oh gosh, we were just as we were getting ready for the pregame, we were watching the clips that Iowa baseball had cut on the social media feeds, and well, that was fun. Let's do that again. More of that as you know, it was you had Raider Tello and all the emotion he scored to make it 3-1. You know, where you thought, okay, at least we got to him, and then that inning just kept right on going, and boy, did Frage put an exclamation point at the end of the fifth inning sentence there, and you know, PD gets one a little bit later, but boy, just I think that's you know, you heard Coach Sutherland talk about it. You know, 8 of the starters had hits. Every starter made it on base somewhere in the game there, and that's just what makes the team dangerous. And you know, against the Big Ten pitcher of the year in O'Halloran, they kept working at bats, and even though you know, they got punched out and had some things happen early in the game, they just stuck to the plan, and you know, that I'll let you start talking about what allowed them to get there with you know, a gritty start by Marcus Morgan and a great bullpen effort from starting with Jack Whitlock.
Yeah, Marcus had finished the regular season very strong, with the exception of that Penn State start, which was what it was, and he did a good enough job to put us in a position to win on Tuesday. Wasn't his best, and that's okay. It was good enough because he gave up just 1 run and came out of the game in a tie game. So you can't really complain too much about that.
No, and you know, you and I have kind of seen some of the numbers too to know that, you know, Marcus's line of 4 innings, 2 hits, and 5 walks. The walks number might be a little skewed based on some of the statistics we've seen, but the facts are there were 5 of them. That's what got called in the game, and that's what you have to win by, and that's where I thought he really showed some competitiveness and some toughness there to get through the 4 innings to get in there, and was really just a call or 2 away from having 2 outs in the 5th inning, and instead he gets in trouble, and then Jack comes in and starts off not so great, and then slams the door shut.
There were a lot of, I won't say a lot, but there were a couple trends in that game that I think Iowa broke, where when the starting pitching wasn't as good, it didn't snowball and put us in a bad spot where we're all of a sudden down, you know, 6-2 or something that seems a little bit unreasonable. And I think we even talked about it in the 3rd or the 4th when you could just tell that, okay, maybe it wasn't going to be Marcus's best day. It was an okay day. You thought when you do have to take him out, that game's got to be as close as it can be. Hopefully we have the lead, but if not, it's tied or we're down by just 1, where, you know, if it gets out of hand, then you're playing catch-up the rest of the day. And for him to come out in a tie game, and then the guys just took that in the bottom of the 5th, and you know, we'll talk about it with Coach Heller in a second, but that 5th inning, you don't want to call it a turning point because it's not like we were headed in a bad direction, but it's one to remember and kind of tells the story of this team this season.
We were headed in a bad direction. The score was 1-1. There's guys on first and second. Whitlock comes in and walks his first guy, and now you've got bases loaded, nobody out. And you and I both talked to a couple guys in the dugout, and the idea was, let's limit the damage. It wasn't let's get out of here with no damage. It was let's get out of here 1 run, maybe 2 in this case, and you know, that's a hill, to your point, like what you just said, that's a hill that we can still climb.
Yeah.
But to come out of that still tied, you know, because there's a key call there where Burton sticks his elbow out near the plate, gets hit by a pitch from Whitlock after he'd walked a guy. But the umpire leaves him at home plate. He ends up striking out Burton. So he strikes out 2, 3, 4 to get through that part of the inning. And then, even more or equally as important or continuing to build on the importance was, it's 1-1, everybody's excited, and if you go 3 up, 3 down, the momentum goes poof.
Right.
And so that's what made Honar's single so important, was because at least you capitalized. You got it to 3-1. You scored when Michigan couldn't. And then just to keep that inning going was just phenomenal. And really, if Michigan had any spirit left after 3-1, it disappeared after 7-1.
Sure, there's no doubt about that. And the one thing that we're also, the trend that we're talking about, it all came with 2 outs. Wilmus led off the 5th with a walk, and you think, okay, that looks pretty good to get your leadoff guy on. And then strikeout, and you're thinking, okay, you just have Ben at first now with 2 outs. But then 3 singles in a row and a hit by pitch and a grand slam, and all of a sudden you blink and, yep, the Hawks did it again with 2 outs, which has been a story of the year.
Correct. And that's, the quality at bats can come with nobody out, or they can come with 2 outs. You'd like them to come early, because then that way they're easier to, you don't have to string them consecutively together. You can have somebody make an out in between. But in this case, and we've watched a lot of games here this week so far, and the story of a number of rallies have been pitchers started walking guys. Michigan didn't really do that. Iowa just went ahead and hit them. There were some walks. There were some walks later in the rally, but when Iowa made the score what it was off O'Halloran, they hit him.
Right.
It wasn't a ton of free bases there. It was they knocked him around a little bit and ground out quality at bats and got it done.
And then look at how that set up the rest of the game, especially from a pitching standpoint. And really, when Iowa put up 4 more in the 7th to make it, 11-2, you probably I would have been surprised if you would have told me, hey, Zach Volker gets into the game late against Michigan. I think I would have been a little bit surprised to hear that in the first game, but to get Zach in and he comes in and does a good job to close things out over the Wolverines, that was big, and you kind of save some other arms, even though you throw Whitlock and you save and you throw Llewellyn.
Right, but you threw Whitlock, you were able to get him out and minimize it. You didn't need, if the game's tight, he might throw another inning, but instead you're able to get him out. He threw 43 pitches. And then now you've got a day in between, so you were able to get him some rest where he's probably available on some short duty if you really needed him today. Louis, 24 pitches, but you've got Christo out there who's probably a 2-inning guy and Louis who's probably a 1-inning guy. Because we were talking during the broadcast of, okay, now you're through 6. Are you going to Louis for 2 and Christo for 1 or vice versa? Well, turns out you didn't have to run that way. And then when Zach comes in, and the thing that you and I were, we didn't read our rule book well enough that, we weren't sure until we got into it that the run rule came into effect this year and on this side of the bracket. And Iowa was able to close it out an inning early and save even more pitching that way. And so, just a good job all around then of basically having nearly everyone available today, but yet getting a couple of those guys out onto this mound in this atmosphere to see it and get it under their belt. And, for a guy like Zach Volker, who hadn't pitched in a while, good to get him back out there again, throwing some strikes. And he gave up a run to one of his teammates from the Cape, it sounds like, when I was talking to his parents afterwards.
Oh, boy.
Flores played with him out there. So
maybe that's why he stopped on home plate then, John.
Maybe. But yeah, it was just good to get some of those guys out there and do it in a relatively clean way.
Just a little bit of a delayed start when it comes to the first pitch of Indiana and Iowa today. First pitch coming at 2:28 in this round of the Big Ten tournament. Second-seeded Indiana, third-seeded Iowa on the winner's side of the bracket. That'll wrap up our talk on that Michigan game. Iowa beating the Wolverines 13-3 a couple of days ago to get to this one. Plenty to say and talk about when it comes to Indiana. We'll start to do that in just a moment. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
SyncMyGame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, ahead of our matchup with Indiana at the Big Ten tournament. Coach, to get to this game, had to take care of business on day one against Michigan, and your team did that.
Yeah, it was a well-played game by our guys, and Marcus competed hard and fought for us. Gave us quality innings, quality start, only gave up a run, and then. The story in that game, there's a couple stories, but the big one was Jack Whitlock coming into the game with bases loaded, nobody out, and strikes out the side. I mean, that was a huge momentum switch, and what a gutsy performance by Jack, just tremendous effort. And then we answer back with a big 2-out rally in the bottom of the fifth. You get a seemingly 2-out single by Tello, splits the middle. And then, it just went from there. You end up getting, 2-out hit by Seegers. And Sam Honar gets a 2-out knock with 2 strikes to drive in 2 runs and give us a lead. And then, some other stuff happens. And Braden Frazier comes up, again, 2 strikes. And he hits a slider into our bullpen in left field for a grand slam and opened that game up. And, the guys that came in, after Whitlock did a nice job of finishing that game out, and it was a good win, great way to start the tournament. Hard fought, every pitch mattered, first 4 or 5 innings, and then it was nice to be able to mix and match the pitching the way you wanted to end that game and end up in an 8-inning 10-run roll.
That 5th inning felt like the story of this Hawkeye team, to battle through adversity and then take advantage. Just a remarkable inning there.
Yeah, it really was, and just sticking with the plan on O'Halloran. We had to face a really good guy, a guy that, as you and I talked before the game, in 11 innings last season, not much success against him, and we had him on the ropes a little bit in the first 4 innings, but he made pitches, punched guys out, when he needed to. And we had some bad luck. I thought we squared some balls up. This ballpark, as everyone knows, is a difficult place to score runs, especially power teams. And, you can get it out even when the wind's blowing in, kind of down the lines, and each bullpen, a lot of times the ball will carry there. But from the bullpen, from bullpen to bullpen, man, it's tough. And, Sam Peterson hit a ball that would have been gone, and Kyle Huckstorf hit a ball that would have been gone, and a couple line drives caught. And, it just felt like it was one of those days that we were just going to have to be really tough and figure out a way to get it done, and that's what they did.
Bottom of the order was 8 of 16 offensively. Just Back to that lineup 1 through 9 being strong.
Yeah, and that's what has made us go this season, and you look at that game and you would think if you had Brennan DeRiggi 0 for 4 with 4 punch-outs, you're not going to have a very good day. But, guys like Braden Frazier, Sam Peterson, Michael Seeger, Sam Honar, those guys have been doing, a great job. Kate Moss, I mean, they've just done a great job. And Raider Tello is swinging it good right now. And, it's what you said. I mean, this is what makes this team go, is the consistency up and down the lineup day in and day out. We've had our days where we did get shut down, all the way through. And unfortunately, the guy we're facing today was one of those guys who did that to us. And, we'll talk about that in a minute, but that's the challenge. And I know our guys are fired up for a second shot at it.
As we begin to preview our matchup with Indiana today, just the way the bracket shakes out, this game, I mean, you win it, you might only have to play 2 more. You lose it, you got to play at least 4 to get the championship.
No, it's a big game, and the guys know that. Everybody knows that, and there isn't much you can do about that other than go out and play well. I mean, we've talked all year that we try to avoid, if at all possible, you try to avoid making a big deal out of one game over another game and that type of thing, because when you do that, you put pressure on yourself to do more than maybe what you think you need to, when in reality you just have to go out and be to be the best you are that day, and everybody do their part and continue to be a team-oriented group that fights and scratches and figures out a way. And the offense needs to do what it needs to do based on what happens on the pitching side. The pitching needs to do what they need to do to limit the other team to as few runs as possible and limit the free bases and make things easier on everybody. And then it's always a given that you got to play good defense. And any one of those things that falters, and when you're playing a team as good as Indiana, if they show up and play their best, I mean you're not in a good place. Mm-hmm. And that's the reality of what we do day in and day out. Is it's just factual. We need to play well. Everybody knows that we don't need to be better than what we are. Just do the things that we do well, and at the end of the day, we'll look up and see how we did.
Marty talked about it in the scout today. It's hard for one wolf to take down a buffalo, but he put 9 hungry wolves together. That makes that task a little bit easier. You think your team's got 9 probably more hungry wolves ready to take on Indiana today?
Yeah, we definitely do, and but it remains to be seen. Are we going to be able to go out and do that? And that's the challenge and what we're hoping for. I feel like we're chomping at the bit and ready to get out there. The day off was really good for us. We had a nice practice yesterday. We got our normal lift day in, which was great. The guys we didn't have to get up early and play a morning game. I mean, we couldn't be in a better situation from a rested, health, strong, ready to go standpoint. And to Marty's point, that's what the message has been since August, that when everybody plays for the right reasons, it's pretty tough to beat you.
Talking with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Omaha. Matchup with Indiana coming up in a few minutes. You mentioned him a little bit earlier, Luke Sennard for the Hoosiers today. Mm-hmm. We've already seen him. How do you like the matchup today?
Well, when we seen Luke at their place, and it was game 2 Saturday, wind blowing in hard, not a very good day to hit. It was a crazy game, but you tip your hat to Luke. I would tell you that this is what, game 56 or 54 or whatever it is. He pitched us the best of anybody this season. He's unique. He's tall, 6'8". His fastball's good. He can get you to chase up. But he has a wide range of pitches he throws, and it's kind of since we played him, he was throwing the changeup a lot more. It's kind of morphed into fastball, cutter, big overhand curveball. He throws the big 12-6 old school curveball. He does have a changeup that he will throw sparingly now. The thing we had some hits on him, and we had a chance a couple times. We didn't execute in that game. We had a chance to get a safety squeeze down and then didn't get the runner in from third. It was a 0-0 game through through 9 innings, actually, into the 10th. We had a runner thrown out at the plate in the 10th that could have went either way. If it had replay, maybe it gets overturned. It just didn't go our way. But we did have some hits off him that day, but we weren't able to do much damage. And you look back and maybe the wind had something to do with it, but it's really no different today here. Wind's blowing in, big ballpark. We're gonna have probably some at bats where we aren't rewarded for a really good at bat. But the thing that we did that hurt us the most against him at their place was that he lives on the edge, off the edge with his cutter, and you're never going to get a fastball in a predictable fastball count, or at least sparingly. So you can't go up there thinking, you're going to work a count and get a fastball. You're probably going to have to hit a cutter. And you may have, and then what he will do with that curveball, if he's hitting with it, he will just try to steal strikes with that pitch, because a lot of guys just take it. If he's missing with it, man, you got to spit on it. But early in that game, we're going to have to make an in-game adjustment, and we're going to have to, if he throws it trying to steal strikes, we're going to need to hit that pitch. We're going to need to rock it a couple times. And if we do that, I think you're going to see it out of the zone a lot. And then our plan is we're going to give him the outside corner and a ball or two off. And if the umpire calls it, tip your hat. Because there's no damage to be done even if you hit it, if that makes sense. That's what we did. We had weak contact. We struck out way too many times against him in that game. And we're going to go into this one and try to get him on the big part of the plate, and when he does come in there, we're going to try to do some damage. He has been trending a little like a lot of guys when the season gets long and you've thrown a lot of innings. Sometimes it doesn't always trend good for you at the end of the year. Right-handers have been hitting him at a 380 plus clip since about the time he faced us. So we caught him on maybe his best day, but we also know that he's capable of doing that. He's going to have confidence against us. They gave him full rest, which is a benefit to him. They rolled the dice, didn't pitch him in game 1. They won that game, in a 1-run game. So tip your hat, it paid off. But we've got a really good guy going for us as well, and I'm hopeful that our guys can go in and execute the plan, and maybe Sennard isn't quite as sharp as he was the first time we faced him, and we can get on him. It'd be awesome to get some runs, in those first 3 innings and do some damage and get to the bullpen. They do have, some really good guys in the bullpen. Yoho, they got another guy, a right-hander that throws 96 miles an hour. They got some good arms. I mean, this Indiana staff is loaded with good arms, but they are missing. At least we've heard they're missing Kraft, their left-hander, who they really go to a lot, and is arguably their best bullpen guy. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, and we'll scratch and fight and hopefully make some things happen offensively, and then we need to get a good start out of Brody, and our bullpen needs to do a great job.
Let's talk about Brody for a second. He got his first start at the Big Ten tournament last year. That didn't go his way. It fueled him through the offseason. He's going to get another go here today against Indiana.
Yeah, and that's the important thing for Brody is to one, it is good motivation, and I know he wants to go out and have a good day, obviously. But not letting it become too big a deal is the important thing, and not trying too hard or trying to do too much, but just being in control of himself like he has been the last couple of weeks, especially if he can go out like he did against Northwestern this past Saturday. Hey, that was tremendous. Yeah. What he did was just pound that strike zone, and when he does that, he forces the other team to swing, and that's what we want. You don't want them in there taking 2 strikes because they feel like he's not in control of himself, and they're going to be able to induce walks and so forth. So if he comes out first inning, sets the tone, he's going to pound that strike zone. That'd be the best thing that could happen for us. And if he does that, I know he's going to have a good day.
Both teams pretty similar offensively. They've got good pitchers going today. Where's our advantage against the Hoosiers?
Well, they have, as you remember, John, they're very athletic. I mean, they can make plays. Their consistency defensively hasn't been nearly as good as ours. We need to be that consistent defensive team, and sometimes Brody can be a little tough on the infield just because he gets a lot of weak contact, and what I mean is they'll hit the kind of swinging bunts or the choppers that are really difficult to make plays on if you're in your traditional positioning. So whenever Brody pitches, our infielders are a lot of times taking a step in, especially on the fast guys with 2 strikes, knowing there's a chance that they're going to have to really come and get the baseball. So that we'll need to do a good job of defending, making run-saving, defensive plays, which is what we set out to do. And hopefully we can do a better job than we did against Senard last time and put the ball in play with 2 strikes, make them make plays, because there's been some times this year when their defense was shoddy.
Yeah. All right, it seems like a little bit of a rivalry or a good series between Iowa and Indiana. Let's take care of business against the Hoosiers today, Coach.
All right, thanks a lot, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show in Omaha. We're back with First Pitch right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Welcome back to Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. First pitch coming up in just about 20 minutes. We owe our networks a 10-second station ID break, so let's do that. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Michigan State and Rutgers kicked off the day today. They started their game at 10 o'clock local time. Didn't get done until, I don't know, what was it, 1:20, 1:30 basically?
I think it was 1:27 was the finish, because we were trying to, as they were shaking hands, we were trying to do the math as to when we could earliest start was.
55 minutes after the completion of one game, can you begin the second one? So we've had to wait a little bit longer. This was scheduled for 2 o'clock, but 2:28 is apparently when Luke Senard will throw out the first pitch to our Iowa Hawkeyes this afternoon. John Evans, how do you like this one as we begin to preview it? We've got a little bit more time to kill, but seeing these Hoosiers again.
Well, what a matchup. I mean, Brody was really good in his start. It's one of his first Friday night starts, and he was outstanding there against Indiana. He just went 7 innings, got the win. 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned, and walked 4, but struck out 7. So, really just kept control. But, Luke Senard then came out Saturday and Marcus Morgan actually at that point matched him for pitch. But Senard was, Senard threw 6 innings, didn't allow a run, 3 hits, didn't walk any batters, and struck out 12. So, that was, you heard Coach Heller talking about, a really disciplined 2-strike approach, doing a really good job of trying to stay off the edge of the plate. Don't go chasing. If he can hit a corner and throw it for a strike, tip your cap at first and then go defensive mode later. But don't expand your zone, because if you expand your zone to the edge, you'll expand your zone a step behind that or beyond that. And so you want to make sure that you're really staying disciplined, trying to get him in there. And the big difference too is the game that Indiana won with when Senard started, Ryan Kraft came in and finished it up, and he won't be available to come pitch those last 3 or 4 innings today.
Yeah, the Hoosiers without him, so you went from tall righty that throws it with that downward angle to Kraft, crafty lefty, right?
Slinging lefty, yep.
Yeah, and so he's not going to be able to go for Indiana this weekend with some sort of injury. Just when you look at the season as a whole, the Hawks got off to their best start in school history and then stumbled that first weekend at home against Maryland, lost 2 out of 3. So then that made that Indiana series big time when it comes to the conference standings. And obviously you can look back now and you say, oh, well, Maryland's the 1 seed, Indiana's the 2 seed, Iowa's the 3 seed. So, those games at the beginning of the year for Iowa were crucial. But you go into that Indiana series after losing 2 out of 3 to Maryland, and you take that Friday night game in dominant fashion. I think it's safe to say, beat them 7-1, and like you mentioned, John Brody was outstanding. 7 innings, struck out 7, but Iowa had some offensive production. DeRiggi was good, Tello was good, and Seegers, all 3 of them were really strong for the Hawkeyes in that Friday night game. Out-hit Indiana 9-4, and you got that series off on the right foot.
Well, and Seegers for the series hit .417, 5 hits and 12 at bats. But, as a team, Iowa hit just .206. Interestingly enough, Indiana only hit .196. So, it was a series completely dominated by pitching. But, Iowa had kind of the tough luck game on Saturday where, you have 9 innings of 1-hit baseball and then end up losing it in the 10th inning after you had a guy thrown out at the plate in the top of the inning. And then on Sunday, Iowa scores a run early, kind of held that lead the whole game. Ty Langenberg got some great defensive help as Iowa turned 4 double plays in the first 4 innings, and the game was kind of cruising along, and then kind of got away there. I think it was the 7th or the 8th inning when it slid away a little bit, and because the bullpen just couldn't quite slam the door shut on Indiana, and then the Indiana bullpen kind of finished up Iowa, and that was the close series. Indiana scores 7 runs in the series and wins 2 games. Yeah,
and that's kind of what I was getting at. If we're looking at this game by game, is that when we started the series and put up 7 runs, you're thinking, okay, this is just typical Iowa, scoring a ton of runs and whatnot. But then that came to a screeching halt in that Saturday game against Sinnard when we struck out 17 times in that game against Indiana and lost it 2-0 on the walk-off home run off the foul pole from Colopy, who won't play today. Well, he might play. He's not in the starting lineup for Indiana, but it started on the right foot is what I'm getting at. And then Indiana won the last 2 in the pitching fashion that they were, where Iowa's offense for basically the only time of the season was not very good.
Well, and I think there's a couple of big things there. I mean, one, you did have Keaton Anthony. I mean, that's part of it that now you don't have today. But you didn't have Sam Peterson, and I think the bigger deal to that was it was really the first time that Ben Wilmus had been kind of thrust into the starting role, and Ben didn't have a hit all weekend. Ben is much more comfortable now in the leadoff spot and understanding what his role is and what he needs to do, and he's really embraced that role, and he's really good at it. And Sam Peterson is Sam Peterson. He's a guy that plays a mean left field, but he can bunt, he can run, he can obviously hit for. Saw on Tuesday, and so as Iowa at that point was had some moving pieces because Chase Mosley had played quite a bit leading up to that, and then had went down with the injury. So Iowa was still trying to piece it together, and unfortunately ran into a really hot pitching staff while you're trying to figure it out, and it didn't go well at all. But I think Iowa is in just a much different place than they were back in early April.
Yeah. John, you mentioned Sam Peterson being the strong player that he is. One of the things that came out on Tuesday morning before our game were the all Big Ten selections, and Iowa had a number of those. Sam Peterson being one of them, first team all Big Ten, along with Keaton Anthony and Brody Brecht. So we'll see a couple of them today. Our first team pitcher in Brody Brecht, he'll go for the Hawks today. Second teamers for Iowa, Brennan DeRiggi and Marcus Morgan. Third team, Cade Moss, and Ben Wilmus was our Sportsmanship Award winner for the Big Ten. All right, starting lineups are being announced. We're about 10 minutes away from first pitch. Iowa and Indiana from the Big Ten tournament. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth in Omaha. The Big Ten tournament, game 2 for the Hawkeyes after beating Michigan on Tuesday 13-3. We'll see the Indiana Hoosiers for part 4 of this season series. Iowa and Indiana will finally get to see Brody Brecht and Luke Sinnard, which was something that you'd probably think about seeing on a Friday. Sinnard threw on Saturday for Indiana in the regular season. Both teams finished the year pretty strong. I guess it depends on how you move the goalposts. Indiana lost their series with Michigan State to end the regular season, but they're 10-2 in May, and so their only 2 losses came at Michigan State in the final weekend of the regular season. Iowa finished, they finished the regular season about as strong as you can, even with that loss to Northwestern, sweeping Michigan State, who's an offensive powerhouse team, and taking 2 of 3 from Ohio State. So both teams about where we thought they'd be in the Big Ten coming into the tournament.
Well, exactly, and I was just thinking about Ohio State. Ohio State finished down in the Big Ten, certainly well below where they expected to be when the Big Ten season started. But they won 9 of their last 10 games, and that lone loss was to Iowa. In counting those 10, you can go back and count 1 more of those to Iowa as well. But they were good at the end, including sweeping Michigan in the last weekend of the season, who we obviously saw yesterday. So this should be good. You could you don't want to overlook whoever. Well, I guess Michigan waits to play the loser of this game tomorrow, but there's probably a pretty good chance that game 5 of this series is tomorrow or is Saturday morning. Yep. So
we just hope we're coming to it from the right angle, right? We're not coming from the bottom.
Exactly. we don't want to be the one that has to cause a game 6 in the series. Yeah. So,
and that is a big deal. I mean, this tournament is such a grind, even if you do stay on the winner's side of things.
Well, and you mentioned it with Coach Heller. I mean, if you treat it as two-game tournaments, it's a way simpler track, because win your first 2 games, win your last 2 games. Sure, that's easy to say, but because if you don't, you now have to win. You have to now win 4 games. If you whichever one of these 2 teams loses, has to win 4 games to
starting like in the next game. Yeah, not 4 games total. Starting in the next one.
Yeah, immediately to hoist a trophy, and so it's a pretty big deal and a pretty big stretch to go ahead and stay on the winner's side right now.
We talked about it for a little bit about who Iowa wanted to see, Indiana or Illinois. You probably say the easier path would have been Illinois, but I think there's quite a few of those down there in black and gold that are pretty excited to see Indiana again.
Based on what we heard this morning, this is now whether they're successful or not, who knows, but they are welcoming of the challenge.
National anthem coming up in just a second here from Omaha. We'll take a 3-minute break. We'll come back with starting lineups, and eventually we'll get to first pitch coming up at 2:28. We're back right after this 3-minute break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. We've got the coaches meeting taking place right now at home plate between Rick Heller and Jeff Mercer. Jeff Mercer in his 5th season at Indiana. He's got a 140-95 record. Just some of the team stats on the Hoosiers. Team batting average of .302. They've scored 7.9 runs per game, averaging up over 10 hits per game. And they're slugging it a little bit better as of late, .486 as a team. On the pitching side of things, a staff ERA of 5.01, teams batting .258 against them. Strikeouts to walks, 2.23 strikeouts to walks. So there you go for Indiana, some team stats. The Hawkeyes batting .301 as a team. That's right there with Indiana. 8.5 runs per game, 10 hits per game, 10.2 hits per game, and a slugging percentage of .494. So offensively, very similar.
Well, yeah, that's the interesting thing when you matched up the stats was how similar the offensive teams are. If you're probably trying to find a slight edge, I think Iowa walks a little bit more, so you could probably get some on-base percentage that leans toward Iowa. But you've got a guy in Senard that doesn't tend to walk a ton. So stats over the course of a season are great. Problem is we're in a little one-game, 3-hour playoff here. Yep, you don't get a series to feel these guys out. Senard, by the way, as he's throwing his warm-up pitches now, he didn't walk us one time in the meeting in Bloomington, so we'll have to figure something out from him today. All right, Indiana's out on the field defensively. They are the home team. It's time for today's starting lineups. The Hawkeyes are led off by Ben Wilmus, the designated hitter, followed by Sam Peterson and Brennan DeRiggi. In the middle of the order for Iowa today, Raider Tello, Sam Honar, and Michael Seegers. 7, 8, 9 for the black and gold, Kyle Huckstorf, Braden Frazier, and Cade Moss. All right, John Evans, the tall righty for Indiana, the stat line on Luke Senard, the starting pitcher. Senard is 6-3 on the season, a 4.48 ERA. He's thrown 78 in the third innings, given up 76 hits, 41 runs, 39 of those are earned, walked just 23 to go with 104 strikeouts, as he's given up a .252 batting average. I guess the thing, if you're chasing, if you're the Hawkeyes, he's been hit around just a little bit lately, and part of the reason why he didn't pitch on Tuesday. I mean, you can go with the saving him for Iowa all you want with the week, but 4 days rest after throwing 102 pitches at Michigan State, and in his last 5 starts, they've all been over 90, and he's been hit around in 3 of those 5. So if Iowa can just hang around, find force him into the zone, keep him off the edges the best they can, I think they're ready to have a much different day than they had the first time they faced him.
Indiana and Iowa, part 4. This one being the biggest of all to this point. Meeting in the Big Ten tournament. Second-seeded Indiana, third-seeded Iowa. Sinnard is ready. First pitch to Ben Wilmes. Hit on the ground to the left side. Gloved by Pine at third. He'll spin. He'll throw. Dropped at first base. Wilmes is on to get us started in the first.
Actually, we heard that at breakfast this morning of put the ball in play, test the Indiana infield. Pine is a good infielder, but you can also get into his head a little bit. Has made a good play, ranged over, got it, spun, decent throw, but wasn't able to. Tibbetts couldn't come up with it at first, and so Hawks come away. We're still waiting on the official scoring there, but great start for the Hawks already anyway.
Sam Peterson in the box. He'll watch the first pitch miss outside from the tall righty of Indiana, 1-0. That was also part of the pregame conversation back at the hotel, was that, hey, jump early in counts. Don't let Sinnard get deep into counts, because he can throw all 4 of his pitches. 1-0 pitch to Peterson. Will wait a second as he throws over to first to keep Wilmes close. The winner of this game will advance to Saturday morning's matchup against the loser of this one in Michigan, whoever makes it out of that. 1-0 pitch to Petey. That's low and out, ball 2. You're in the driver's seat to win this bracket, get to the championship game if you can take care of business today. We'd prefer the driver to be those wearing black and gold rather than the candy cane crimson and cream. 2-0 is hit foul past Coach Heller down the line at third. It's 2-1.
Petey just out in front of that one. Sinnard's going to throw the fastball. He's got the big overhand curveball, and then he's got a cutter that actually takes off quite a bit of speed. Won't see a ton of his kind of true changeup, but he isn't particularly quick to the plate, as you might imagine, with the 6'8" guy. So a chance to run, even though Ceruto's got a good arm behind the plate.
2-1 pitch to Peterson. Good cut. Fouled it back to the screen. It's 2-2. Wilmes at first base can't get too great of a lead. In Indiana, they throw over to first base quite a bit, don't they?
Yeah, if you remember in Bloomington, they like to play catch with Tibbetts a lot.
2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out, just underway this afternoon in Omaha. The pause and the pitch from Sinnard. Breaking ball high, ball 3.
Good eye there from Petey, and again, that's the key. Don't expand the strike zone. And again, really easy for us to say sitting up here on the 4th deck.
Yeah.
But, be smart, be disciplined, and just stay locked in to where your strike zone is. And if he happens to hit one on an edge or slightly off an edge and an umpire calls it, then so be it.
Full count pitch to Peterson. Here it comes. Wilmes takes off. The pitch is high, ball 4. Now, Peterson got his first look at Sinnard of the season. Didn't play in the meetings in Bloomington. We've kind of pounded home that message. And now Sam is on. He'll join Wilmes on the base paths. And here comes Big Rig Brennan DeRiggi, the second team All Big Ten selection for the Hawkeyes.
He's due.
He is due.
Let's just go with that. He's due.
Didn't have a great Tuesday. And excited to see how he'll perform today. Runners at first and second for Iowa, nobody out. First pitch, swing and a miss. DeRiggi was trying to hit it off his own face in the scoreboard and right.
Got what he wanted, 93-mile-an-hour fastball, center. DeRiggi just swung right through it. Now he's going to have to start watching for the breaking balls.
0-1, pounds the knees there, 0-2.
Yeah, came right back, doubled up on the fastball, and located it beautifully. See if Rig can move the runners up.
Runners at first and second with nobody out in the first. 0-2 pitch from Sinnard. Got a piece of it and fouled it off.
Good job there. Also got a piece of Ceruto as he'll walk it off a little bit. Seen this in a couple of games. Those catchers just take an absolute beating.
Well, you and I were at the game last night with Michigan and Illinois, and the poor catcher for Illinois, he was taking it off the bare hand, taking it off the mask. We'll go again with the 0-2. Here it comes. Fouled off again to the left side this time. Brennan's battling.
You're starting to work at least a success level here. You're Sinnard up already at 12, 13 pitches, so you're in a good spot. Kind of moving him up through if you want to kind of move him. Outfield shallow.
0-2. Brennan waves at it and hits it foul.
I know we've got a heavy wind blowing in, but look at that left fielder.
He is way shallow and left. I know it says 335 down the line. What did we really come to the conclusion? It's really 345?
Yeah, they're not all correctly marked, but Riggs got power to left center.
There's a breaking ball high, and Brennan laid off that one to see his first ball. It's 1-2.
Yeah, Sinnard was doing a great job of pounding the zone. Rigg might have expanded on one of them, but, protected, fouled it off.
Stayed alive. Here's the 1-2. Got a piece of it again. Heck of a battle by Brennan Durigge. I hope we're rewarded here, John, but either way, we're driving up that pitch count.
Well, just to see what Riggs able to do. He's obviously, with the strikeout total from Tuesday, to be able to find pieces of the ball here, keep it alive.
The 1-2 fouled off again to the Indiana dugout this time. The Iowa fans love it. It's a mainly Iowa crowd here today, all around the lower bowl, even behind the Indiana fans, the Indiana dugout rather, down the third base side. But right below us, down the first base side, tons of folks in black and gold.
That was 95 from Sinnard.
He's heating it up. Here comes the 1-2. Brennan pokes it into right center. This one will get down for a base hit. Wilmus had to pause. He's going to have to stay at third base. The throw quickly comes in. Heck of a battle by Durigge right there. Bases loaded with nobody out.
What an absolute rock star at bat there for Durigge. Again, you're talking about a guy that 0 for 4 on Tuesday, wasn't seeing the ball very well, and that's I wait for the official StatCast to pull it up, but 8 pitch at bat?
At least, yep.
And then didn't get all of it, but flared it out into right center field. Hawks with a dream start. Now again, it's just like when Whitlock finished off the other inning or got 2 outs in the inning, and he's like, hey, it's not over yet. You got to keep doing work here, Raider Tello.
Bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch to Raider. Breaking ball in the outside corner. That's a called strike. And that's all right. You don't want to go after those outside pitches. Outfield shading Raider shallow and to right. Interesting. The 0-1. That's low. Ball 1.
Yeah, they've clearly seen a scouting report too, as they've got him kind of pinched up the middle a little bit. Still has room there in left center field to drive one.
1 ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded, nobody out. Pitch to Raider. Line drive to right. This will find the seats though. Foul ball 1-2.
Good fastball there from Sinnard, right down at the bottom of the zone, inside part of the plate. Raider able to go get a piece of it.
He's got to do what Durigge did and just keep fouling them off and do the best you can here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch from Sinnard. Fouled it back. If Raider could hook one down that left field line, John, I mean, there's so much room over there. That'd clear the bases.
We've talked a
Wishful
lot.
thinking.
He doesn't hit the ball that direction very often.
He just doesn't.
Cade Moss is going to put one down there.
Yeah. Here's the 1-2. Foul tip and got a piece of it. I thought the catcher caught it. Good thing he didn't. Raider stays alive.
No, great job there. Because that was a beautiful, beautiful breaking ball outside part of the plate, 82 miles an hour. Hit the outside. Raider just catches it, just catches the top seam of the ball, knocks it in the ground.
The 1-2 on the ground, right back to the pitch. He's going to throw it home for a force out. That's all that we'll get there. And no run can score as Wilmus is out. The bases stay loaded now with 1 out.
Not the end of the world there, because Sinnard was so careful and so cautious. could have been a double play ball if he gets that's a 1-2-3 double play ball that Senard, being so cautious, gives the Hawks still a chance. Don't be so down. It's okay. We got our guy Honar at the plate now.
Sam, a left-handed hitter. First pitch from Senard is in there for a strike. Bases still loaded for Iowa in the first with one out. Peterson at third, DeRiggi at second, Tello over here at first. Honar was one of the heroes in the game on Tuesday. 0-1 pitch to Sam. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Your low-level win here is Senard is at 23 pitches already.
Sure.
Now, you'd like to be at 25 pitches and have a couple runs. But keep doing work here. Keep grinding the at-bats.
A lot of two-strike counts. Another one here, the 0-2 to Honar. Swing and a miss, 2 down.
Put it on Michael Seeger's plate.
And you mentioned Michael earlier in the broadcast, John. He hit well against Indiana in that series in Bloomington. See how he does this time. Bases loaded, 2 outs. No score in Omaha. Iowa threatening. It's a big spot in the game early. Seeger's in the box from the right side. Senard out of the stretch from the first base side of the rubber. First pitch to Michael. That's in the dirt, blocked nicely by Ceruto behind the plate.
Just spiked a breaking ball there. Michael wanted no part of that.
Michael can be selective here, but I'm sure he's got his sweet spot that he'd take a hack at it. The 1-0 pitch, Michael on the ground, 2 short. Flip to second for the force out. Indiana gets out of trouble. We do not score after we had the bases loaded with nobody out. All right, well, we made Senard throw a lot of pitches, but that's all we've got to show for it. Brody Brecht will take the mound for the bottom of the first. Scoreless in Omaha. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Iowa loads the bases in the top of the first. Can't push across any runs. We'll see how we hold off Indiana in the bottom half of the inning now with Philip Glasser leading things off, followed by Bobby Whalen and Devin Taylor. Brock Tibbetts, Carter Matheson, Josh Pine make up the middle of the Hoosiers order. Hunter Jesse, Tyler Cerny, and Peter Ceruto, the bottom third. Defensively for Iowa, DeRiggi at first, Honar at second, Seegers at short, Tello at the hot corner at third, and the outfield left to right, Peterson, Huckstorf, and Frazier. Cade Moss does the catching behind the plate. Brody Brecht, who gets the start, the right-hander for the Hawkeyes.
Brody's 5-2 on the season, 14 starts, 15 appearances, .372 ERA, 65 and a third innings, 31 hits, 27 runs have all been earned. Had some control issues, 54 walks, but has struck out 96, and opponents hitting just 141 against Brody. Last start against Northwestern might have been the best one of his Hawkeye career. 7 smooth innings after the leadoff single there. 6 smooth innings after the leadoff single.
Yeah, would retire 17 in a row then against the Wildcats. Brody was good against Indiana back in April too. 7 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 earned. Only walked 4 and he struck out 7. So I'd take that performance again today.
I think that sounds like a winning performance.
Here's Philip Glasser. He's their shortstop. At one point this season had a 45-game reached base streak. How about that? That was broken first weekend of May. Brody deals a fastball, just missed low. Glasser's a left-handed hitter, their shortstop. Out of the windup, Brecht is ready, the 1-0 delivery. That's high, ball 2.
2 98-mile-an-hour fastballs to start the game.
2-0 counts were a big thing on Tuesday against Michigan. This one's a 3-0 count now as Brody goes off speed outside. Glasser's that speed threat for the Hoosiers too, so be really careful toying with him. Here comes the 3-0 from Brody. High and out, 4-pitch walk to start things for the Hoosiers.
Yeah, you'll see a team with kind of elevated swing rates, but probably try to make Brody throw some strikes just to make sure.
Center fielder, number 16.
Iowa today wearing gray uniforms with Iowa spelled out in black block lettering across the chest, gold trim, gold ball caps in the field for Iowa with black bills and the black block eye on the front panel. Here's Bobby Whalen, right-handed hitter. He squares to bunt, pulled it back. There's a strike from Brody. All crimson, all red for Indiana today. Tops and bottoms. They've got Indiana spelled out in white script across their chest with white numbers on the back side. 0-1 pitch to Whalen. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Whew. First pitch was 99. Second pitch is 100, up and away.
Triple digits for Brecht early on. Short lead at first. The 0-2 is hit foul over the first base dugout, just to our right.
Comes back, hits 100 again on the inside part of the plate. See if he shows slider here, if he sticks to the heat.
The 0-2 just outside. Sharp slider, looked good. Good spot to miss, too.
Right, good. You know, if you're going to miss, you're going to want to miss a little bit away. Just pulled it out into that left-handed batter's box a little too far to make it chaseable.
The 1-2 is hit back to the net. And so Whalen is doing his best impression of Brennan DeRiggi and making this a little bit of a longer at bat with a couple extra foul balls. Short lead at first base for Glasser, but he's creeping forward. The 1-2 in the dirt, knocked down by Moss, and Glasser has to stay put. That's an important stop there by Cade.
Well, and that may be maybe one of the leading reasons why Cade Moss was a third-team All-Big Ten catcher was just his ability to catch and handle this staff is outstanding.
Think about having to catch Marcus and Brody. Some of these guys out of the bullpen as well. Ty, we'll see probably in the next game. The 2-2 is low. Ball 3.
Just struggling a little bit with the slider right now. He hasn't been able to really command it. It's done a good job with the fastball on Whalen, but hasn't been able to get the breaking stuff in the zone.
Here's the 3-2. Ground ball foul past DeRiggi at first. This is turning into quite the at-bat. 4-pitch walk to Glasser's put him on first base. A lot of traffic in the early going of this one. We're in the bottom of the first inning. No score between Iowa and Indiana.
Little surprised the runner wasn't on the move.
Glasser's got the speed. Another foul ball hit by Glasser this time.
And right now you've kind of got a problem if you're Brody. You haven't been able to get the fastball by him, and you haven't been able to throw the slider for a strike. So what are you going to try here on 3-2 again?
I'll have to wait as it's another foul ball.
Threw the slider for a strike there and fought it off, sent that one screaming into the crowd down the first base line.
Pitch count's a factor for both starters early on. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out in the first. Pitch from Brecht, another foul ball. Look out in the Iowa dugout. Man.
Back-to-back sliders there. Really good job from Whalen.
It'd be nice to win this matchup. 3-2, Brecht from the stretch. Here it comes. Hit him. Ouch, that hurts. Got him in the forearm.
Still might have. 100-mile-an-hour fastball up and in.
Whalen will sprint to first base.
Well, I think he wanted to win the at-bat. I don't think he wanted to win it that way.
No, that one hurt. Got him in the left hand. Still shaking it off. We'll have a early mound visit from pitching coach Sean McGrath. Couple of free bases awarded to Indiana to start. And we'll see freshman of the year in the conference, Devin Taylor, come up next.
Brody didn't do anything wrong there. That's just an outstanding at bat from Whalen. I mean, let's make sure we give full credit there to to Bobby Whalen on what he did there, as Brody was in the strike zone repeatedly. And Whalen just kept kind of dropping the bat. I mean, that's Brody's at 16 pitches after the 4-pitch walk, so that's a 12-pitch at bat. You know, so there's a ton of strikes in there. Just didn't end up in a good spot.
Home plate umpire Rick Allen goes to break things up. Other umpires today down the first base side's Jeff Doy. Jim Shaley, we remember him from Tuesday. He was our home plate umpire in that game against Michigan. He's out there at second base. David Ewell down the line at third. All right, so early trouble with runners at first and second for Indiana. Here's Devin Taylor, nobody out. Taylor's a left-handed hitter. Brody's first pitch is hit foul to the right side. They haven't put anything in play between the white lines today.
He is a double play candidate. Pull one right to Honar, 4-6-3 double play.
That would do us a lot of good. Need that. But Big Ten freshman of the year, hitting .326. He's got 16 home runs. 0-1 pitch. Outside corner, strike two.
Put one up and slider on the upper outer part of the plate. Big call if Brody can get that part of the strike zone.
Sure is. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch from Brecht. Swing and a miss. Got him.
Went right back there. Showed the same pitch, but went fastball in the same spot. Great.
Is it in the zone, John, do you think?
Just barely out, more than likely. But, you know, when he showed you the slider, the pitch before in the same tunnel, you're going to swing at it because if you don't identify it, you think, wow, that's going to break in the zone. I got to be ready. And all of a sudden it stays up and out, and you can't get there.
Here's Brock Tibbetts, right-handed hitter. Brody deals a first pitch that's hit foul on a check swing into the Iowa dugout. Just back to that strikeout there. When you don't really consider that a chase pitch because it wasn't that far off the plate, but when you throw it close enough, it looks good enough.
Well, that is your good chase pitch. It's out of the zone, and so you get a guy to swing it. Just misses up there with the slider. Tibbetts one of the best.
Batting .381. He's a sophomore. Started in all 57 games for Indiana. He's their first baseman. 1-1 pitch from Brecht. Tapped foul to the left side, 1-2. Tibbetts with 10 home runs. He's got 15 doubles.
He gets hit a lot. I mean, he's even. He's a 32 each in walks and strikeouts, so he dominates the zone well.
Runners at first and second for Indiana. The 1-2 pitch from Brecht. Fouled back towards us. Drop down below.
Guys hustling like there's a bunch of people around. It's just you.
Just you up in the second deck.
Love the effort, but it's just you and your buddy who isn't moving.
Giant leads by both runners. Runner takes off for third. Throw is outside, down to third base, safe. Both runners advance, takes away the double play. Boy, if that pitch is anywhere but way outside, Moss probably has a better chance of getting it.
Wow, and Glasser had been doing a really nice job of kind of trying that vault lead to get it, and he finally timed it up right. And so when he vaulted and Brody went to the plate, he was able to take advantage and just keep right on cooking.
2-2, up and in, ball 3.
And again, now you put a lot of pressure on Cade Moss to make sure he keeps the ball in front of him.
Brody's got the sign quickly from Cade. Full count pitch. Here it is. Line drive into right. Frazier moving back. It's over his head. It gets all the way to the wall. Indiana leads 2-0. Throw comes in to Seegers. Seegers will throw it to third base where we got him at third.
Good news, bad news.
So it'll be a double for Tibbetts that brings home 2 Indiana runs. Their free bases score. Ours didn't in the first. And the Hoosiers out to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that ball was just hit on a line, and a lot of times that's the hardest ball to judge is that line drive right at you.
Bases empty, 2 outs. Here's Matheson.
Kind of got Frazier's feet stopped, and then the ball just kind of kept carrying over his head. And
first step was forward out there.
Couldn't get up to it.
Left-handed hitter, swing and a miss there, 1-1. Brody back in the windup. Beautiful pitch there, missed inside, 2-1.
Yeah, Michigan's sitting back at the hotel, and all they want is carnage.
Right, pitching wise.
Yeah, they want
both sides.
They want both sides. Pitch counts run up. Lots of guys in the game.
3-1.
And unfortunately, they're getting it right now. Particularly on the Hawk side here, is Brody's up.
It's at 30.
That's 30, and boy, you get to 30 pitches in an inning, and that does a lot of guys in.
3-1. I'm going to see another bat. That's ball 4. Iowa's already got Chaz Wheatley down in the bullpen, getting loose, along with Jared Simpson. Would have been fine seeing that in the 6th or the 7th, not in the 1st. 2-0 Indiana with 2 outs. They've got a runner at first base in Matheson. Pine's their third baseman. He threw the ball in the dirt over to the first baseman defensively for Indiana back in the top half of the inning.
They did call that an error. I forgot to look what they called it.
They called it an error on the first baseman.
Ooh.
So a little bit different than what we had thought.
Tough sledding there that you're supposed to pick up that hop.
1-0 pitch to Pine. Fouled back just below us, 1-1.
Look out below.
Pine was a poor defender at the time when we saw him in Bloomington.
Certainly weren't afraid of him.
Right. A ball and a strike with 2 outs in the bottom of the 1st. The pitch from Brody, swing and a miss, threw it right by him.
Brody just needs to find his rhythm again. You know, it's obviously his start here last year didn't go particularly well. I'm sure that was in his brain a little bit. I mean, you try to flush it out, but it speeds up a little bit.
Great pitch, low outside corner, just missed, and it's 2-2.
Really good pitch there.
Pine's lucky, not because it should have been called a strike, but I think if there's a couple miles per hour taken off that, he probably swings at it.
But you know, if you're Brody, you just got to find that rhythm that made you successful. There you go.
Well, that's a good way to finish it with a strikeout. Up near 100 miles an hour, but Indiana, they strike first, 2-0. We've played 1 in Omaha. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Kyle Huxdorf, Braden Frazier, and Cade Moss will try to get it going for Iowa in the top of the 2nd inning. Iowa trailing Indiana 2-0 after the Hoosiers had a couple of free bases awarded to them in the 1st and then hit a double to right to bring them home. Iowa did load the bases in the top of the 1st and did it with nobody out, but eventually were retired and could not score off of Luke Sinnard. But if we did it once, we could maybe do it again, see if Kyle Huxdorf can get us started off on the right foot. Breaking ball in there for a strike from Sinnard, 0-1.
Yeah, starting pitchers threw 62 pitches in the 1st inning.
0-1 to Huck, outside corner 0-2. Need Kyle here. Really need him in this tournament and for the postseason.
And that's one of those where now Kyle's got to be, that ball was right on the outside part of the plate. He can't expand the zone now.
0-2, that's high.
You looked good, and that was kind of you've got to just be willing to accept the cap tip there of just, all right, you got me on one.
The 1-2, Kyle shoots it to the right side, through into right field for a base hit. Huckstorf, the leadoff man, is on.
A great piece of hitting there. Went right down and got it and just poked it out into right field. Ball was low and away. That was a good spot for the curveball again, and he stuck to it. One of Tuesday's heroes steps into the box.
Yeah, here is Braden Frazier. Frazier with the runner at first base and nobody out. He got tied up on that line drive that was hit to him in right. See if he can pick himself up offensively in the second. Sinnard back to the stretch. I'll check on Huckstorf at first. Close play over there, but Kyle gets back. Indiana 2-0, top of the second this afternoon in Omaha.
Huck third on the team, 13 stolen bases.
I feel like we haven't seen him go in a while, John.
Unfortunately, when your batting average dips, you don't spend quite as much time on base.
That's true, yeah.
Becomes harder to steal bases when you're not spending as much time out there.
Frazier fouled off the first pitch. No balls and a strike to him. Another check on Huck at first.
But Big Ten tournament Huck is capable Huck, so.
And is here and ready to go. Single there, was on a few times the other day against Michigan. This one high and tight to Frazier. He's not going to swing at that one. It's 1-1.
We saw Coach Heller going over the signs with the team this morning. We couldn't remember any of them, so.
1-1 to Frazier. That's high, ball 2.
That is really
remember, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to remember those signs. I don't know if I ever would have been able to pick them out. They were.
No.
They're coded quite well.
It's a good thing that in my day it was the hat, your belt, your shoulder was all the indicators.
Yeah, right.
Because anything as complicated as what I was doing, and I'd have been cooked.
Yep. I think we even made eye contact and we're thinking, what in the world? How did you get that out of that? 2-1 is the count to Frazier. Sinnard ready, and another check at first base. They keep throwing those pickoff moves, and we know that that's what they like to do.
Nation's leader in pickoff moves. It's an unofficial stat, but I feel like it's accurate.
Well, you could really take a good risk at naming Indiana the leader in that category.
Based on the
Pretty
games
safe.
we've seen.
Yeah. Frazier swinging for the fences there. Missed it, 2-2.
That one he did expand his zone. Had a fastball inside there, upper part of the zone.
That's a tough one to get the barrel on at that speed, too.
That's just a good pitch there.
2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. Huckstorf at first base. The pitch to Frazier. Fouled back. I was getting some good swings off. They're not tentative in the box the first time through the order.
Well, and you heard Coach Sutherland talk about that this morning, too, don't really go with any barrel manipulation. You want to swing it.
Yep.
Go down with 100% effort. Whether it's a great idea or a terrible idea, do it with confidence.
Yeah. Frazier battling in the box. The 2-2 from Sinnard. Huckstorf takes off. Check swing, did not go. Throw is into center field. Huckstorf pops up. He's headed for third, and Kyle will get there. All right.
Put a lot of pressure on with the running game. We'll see. I'm a little surprised they didn't appeal down to. There we go. We're finally going to appeal down to first.
Did not go. That's big 2. It'll be a full count for Frazier.
Good hold there from Frazier. Fastball was up and in, but it was a good one, and it was a good pitch to throw as it allowed Ceruto to come up and fire. Now he sent it into center field.
Got a runner in scoring position just like we did in the first. Got to find a way to bring him home.
Curveball in the dirt. How do you think?
How about one of those?
How do you feel about that?
I'd love that. Full count pitch to Frazier from Sinnard. Got a piece of it and fouled it back.
That was the cutter. It wasn't his hard fastball. Kind of through the little cutter. It kind of looked like a slider with the little spinny thing, but up, out, over the plate. You kind of want to make him pay, but good job to make contact.
Another full count pitch. Frazier shoots it into right. It is caught by Taylor. Huckstorf cannot tag. The throw goes all the way to the backstop, though. A poor throw. Huckstorf will score on the delay, and Iowa gets one back. It's 2-1.
Nice job there. And Taylor, well, it all happened so fast. Sinnard did a terrible job of backing up home plate as he just never got there. So he was kind of lost in no man's land. So when Taylor's throw came up the line, Ceruto couldn't catch it, and Sinnard wasn't anywhere near being able to back up. And so by the time anybody chased it, Huck was able to just trot on across, and the Hucks have cut the lead in half. Big answer right away to get one back.
We're showing them that we're not going to go down easy and early as Moss drills this to left, but right to Jesse, who makes the catch for out number 2. Before Wilmus comes to the box, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Top of the second inning, Indiana 2, Iowa 1. Here is Ben Wilmus, top of the order for the Hawks. He reached on an error as he swung at the first pitch. He squared to bunt this time, pulled it back. That's a ball low and in.
Ish. That ball's right on the bottom of the strike zone.
Have we figured anything out about the zone yet? I think we're still feeling it out.
Still feeling it.
1-0 to Wilmus, went off the knob of the bat. Foul ball, 1-1.
Still figuring it out. The bottom of the zone has been inconsistent. He's called a couple of those down there, and he's let a couple of them go. So not a strong pattern yet. Good pitch there.
Yeah, that's really good. That's a breaking ball that keeps Wilmus off balance. He took it for a strike, 1-2.
Now you got to watch that cutter, see if he tries to heat you up.
The pitch. That's low. Good job there by Ben to lay off that. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Bases are empty. Iowa gets 1 run back. It's 2-1 in the second.
Again, another one that doesn't drop too far below the zone.
Wilmus skies this into shallow center. Whalen looking up, and he's got it for the 3rd out. All right, so Iowa gets 1 in the second, cutting the Indiana lead in half. Hoosiers lead at 2-1, go to the bottom of the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
7, 8, 9 due up for Indiana in the bottom of the second inning. 2-1 Hoosiers lead. Indiana's committed 3 errors already, and we've only got 1 run to show for it, but we're putting a lot of pressure on them.
I'm trying to do my...
They've got the error on the first baseman on the throw in the first.
Yep.
They've got the error on the advancement on Huck's stolen base.
And then Taylor's throw.
Yes. So they're all over the place. They've helped us advance. How about that? They haven't helped us score, but they've helped us advance.
Well, they did help us score once. One of the 3.
Yeah, one of the 3.
Yeah. Team fields over 970. It's not like they're a terrible fielding team, but that was kind of the key, was could you put enough pressure on them to see if you could create opportunities. So Iowa doing a good job of that, and I feel like if you continue doing that, you're going to get rewarded for that.
Hunter Jesse is the leadoff hitter for the Hoosiers in the second. Brecht hit him on the first pitch.
That was a slider that he just completely pulled. Wasn't even particularly close. Jesse had no chance.
It bounced in the dirt and then kicked up and hit him. That doesn't change anything when it comes to the outcome. It's still a hit by pitch, but Yeah, that not how you want to start this off. Brody has now hit 2 guys and walked 2. They only have 1 hit off him, but they've got a couple of runs. We were talking about the Nebraska and Rutgers game yesterday, and we were mentioning the free bases in that game was just out of control. And I know we've had a couple of games like that this season. Don't want this to be one of those.
No, don't need that in a tournament setting at all.
Swing and a miss on the first pitch to Tyler Cerny. Cerny's their second baseman, right-handed hitter.
Good hitter, has some pop down here in the 8th spot.
0-1 is hit down the line and right. He was way behind that one. It's 0-2.
Yeah, 97-mile-an-hour fastball up and away, just barely clipped the top of the zone, and that's a tough one to get your bat all the way up to.
Short lead at first base. This one in the dirt. Heck of a block by Cade right there. He picked that on the backhand out of the dirt.
Backhand catch. That was didn't even bounce away from him. So he got over. Again, Brody's just having a really difficult time controlling the off-speed pitch right now, which he's going to be one-dimensional. Gives the Indiana hitters a chance.
Fastball high, 2-2. Really need a ground ball here to help him with the pitch count as well. I know we focus on that a lot, but if we need Brody to go through the 5th or the 6th, this pace is not going to get it done. 2-2, hit in the air to center. Hucksdorf moving over. It's a base hit. Throw comes into third to keep that runner there at second.
Good piece of hitting there. Took the 97-mile-an-hour fastball that was away from him and actually lined that out into center field. So really nicely done there.
Cade will walk out and talk to Brody. The first 2 runners on again for Indiana in the second. They lead it 2-1. The difference in the first inning was that they were able to steal a couple of bags and get to second and third with less than 2 outs. That really put the pressure on the Hawkeyes. Don't want to let that happen again. I don't know that Jesse has much speed there at second base. Just a few stolen bases.
Now Cerny does, but I'd be more looking at Cerruto's. Doesn't have a ton of sacrifice hits, but a good chance you could see a bunt here, and even just to play a game, make Tello move, see if you could run in behind him then at that point.
Cerruto is in the box. He squares the bunt and hit it right to Tello. It'll go foul though. Rader lets it go. Rader had to come in maybe a step or 2. He really fielded that in the dirt. It was hit so hard to him.
Well, it would have been an interesting play if he could have gotten it just maybe a half beat sooner and see if he could have won a race to the bag.
Sure, yeah. And especially with Jesse getting hit in the ankle on the pitch from Brody, too. He might be a little reluctant to sprint as hard. 0-1 is the count. The pitch. Bunted to the third base side. Brody picks it up. Steps, throws wide of DeRiggi, but Brennan shuffles his feet and stays on the bag. 1 out.
Heck of a play there from DeRiggi, as he's able to hop all the way across the bag. And that's a great bunt by Cerruto. 96-mile-an-hour fastball up and in, and he's able to get it down.
And not too hard, because with the pitch coming in 90, 95 plus, you almost have to catch it, right? Otherwise, you're going to send it right back like a ground ball.
Yeah, I mean, he caught it plenty firm, but Brody being the right-handed pitcher too doesn't really have a good look to throw it to third base. But big at bat here.
Yeah, back to the top of the order with Glasser. Brody throws it inside and low. Runners at second and third for Indiana with 1 out. They lead it 2-1 in the bottom of the second. Glasser walked and scored last inning. Left-handed hitter, the 1-0, outside corner, 1-1. Glasser stands about as close as you can to the plate. He kicks up the chalk on the inside of the left-handed batter's box and then kind of blurs that line, hovers over the plate. Brody's got to be careful. The 1-1, high and out, ball 2.
Brody got a generous call on the 1-0 pitch, then fanned that one high. So now the fastball is kind of starting to get a little bit sprayed.
2-1. Here's the pitch from Brecht. Line foul to the left side. 2-2.
Right back in business now, though.
Yep. Find a way, Brody. Got a couple of strikeouts today. The third one would be a big one if he can get it right here. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him.
Huge pitch there as he got Glasser to chase a breaking ball down out of the zone. Moss couldn't quite catch it, but Glasser didn't realize that it was on the ground, and Moss was able to apply the tag.
We'll take that slider. That was all right.
Yeah, that's a good slider there, just below the zone. But certainly a good chase pitch.
Not out of the woods yet. Here's Bobby Whalen, their center fielder, right-handed hitter. Brody's ready. The pitch. High, ball 1. Runners still at second and third for the Hoosiers. 2 down now. Indiana 2, Iowa 1, bottom 2. Big game here at the Big Ten tournament. 1-0 delivery. High and in, ball 2. Pitch count up over 50 now for Brody.
Yeah, at this point, you're kind of hoping you can get him through 4. But you need him to buckle in here, do a little bit about what Marcus did yesterday. Just compete.
Yep. 2-0. Hit foul to the right side in the air. They'll go out of the stadium. 2-1. I'm right there with you, John. Just the trajectory of this start probably doesn't get him past the 5th. And so just leave us in a good spot. As the 2-1 pitch. Check swing. Oh, it got away from Moss, and a run will score. Half swing, and it went off his knee pad and kicked down the third base side. 3-1.
Boy, tough break there. I was kind of hoping that was a foul ball, but the pitch was so far low and outside, he couldn't get any piece of it. The scoreboard's wrong. Counts 2 balls and 2 strikes.
2-2. Runner also gets to third base. 2 outs. Indiana 3-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Another strikeout for Brecht, but Indiana adds to their total. 3-1 Hoosiers. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the 3rd inning in Omaha at Charles Schwab Field. Big Ten tournament action. Second-seeded Indiana, leading third-seeded Iowa 3-1. Peterson, DeRiggi, and Tello coming to the plate for the Hawks in the 3rd.
Sorry, I got completely distracted by the dude winning the Oreo challenge.
Yeah, they've got these little side games that they play in between innings. You think you could do that? You start with an Oreo on your forehead, and you use your muscles in your head, I guess, to wiggle the Oreo down and try to eat it. I don't know.
What I think
I got hands, John.
What I think I would try to do is flip it up in the air and then just catch it that way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
efficient.
I'd go that way.
Don't want to waste any time.
I saw the guy yesterday after when we were here last night and they did the challenge, and I saw him out there. I'm like, I don't really want to put it on my forehead. I just want the Oreo.
Right. I don't care about the game. I want the outcome.
It's just give me the payoff of the Oreo. Well, I don't want to waste a couple by dropping them on the ground.
No, that either.
Who am I kidding? I'd still eat it.
10-second rule. Here's Sam Peterson to lead off the Hawkeye 3rd. Breaking ball for a strike on the outside corner. Indiana leading at 3-1. They have 2 hits. Errors defensively through 2 innings. 0-1 pitch to Petey. Check swing. He went around 0-2.
Yeah, that was we talked about. You've got to maintain the discipline. Try not to identify that pitch as quick as you can so that you're not fishing out for it. See how Petey can do now with 2 strikes.
0-2 from Sinnard. That one bounced way in front of the plate. Petey won't even think about that one. 1-2. Well, this is a game now that's about sticking to the process. You're only down by 2, but keep at it with Sinnard. A swing and a miss there by Peterson. He's down on strikes for out number 1. So far, I mean, Indiana's got 2 hits, but we've given them a lot. And we did not get the clutch hit there in the first inning when we loaded the bases, but the process has been there. We've put some good at-bats together against Sinnard.
Well, and that was, okay, on that one, the 0-2, Petey strikes out, but that's a good pitch. That's 95 miles an hour up and in. That's the problem when you chase the 0-1 pitch.
Here is DeRiggi, a swing and a miss to start his at-bat.
And you'd love to, the pitch clock makes it a little difficult, but you'd love to try to make sure you're breaking up this rhythm a little bit. And you don't want him to just all of a sudden start mowing down Hawks.
Outside there, 1-1.
So you stick to your process. Again, know where your strike zone is. Keep grinding out every at-bat, and it'll pay off in the later innings, if not sooner.
Breaking ball dropped in for a strike, 1-2. That's a tough pitch to do anything with for Brennan. Now Indiana will shift as Josh Pine, their third baseman, jogs over to the right side of second base. Second baseman playing in shallow right. The 1-2 to DeRiggi sends it on the ground to the first baseman. It is fair, and it'll be 3 unassisted. DeRiggi is out number 2.
After a good at-bat last time with 2 strikes, able to fight him off and make a single, or have a single. That one, breaking ball down below the zone, just kind of topped it into the ground. See if Tello can have a better go at it than last time.
Rader grounded back to the pitcher with the bases loaded and nobody out. Comes up with the bases empty and 2 outs. Ground ball to short. Throw on the run in time. Very quick inning for Sinnard. Didn't throw very many pitches there. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Hoosiers 3, Hawks 1. Got to hold them. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
3-4-5 coming up for the Hoosiers in the bottom of the third. They lead this one 3-1. Both teams with 2 hits. Indiana's committed 3 errors. Iowa defensively has been clean so far. We'll see Taylor, Tibbetts, and Matheson. Feels like a big spot here for Brody Brecht. I think it might even go without saying, but start with a 0 and see how the rest of your start might look.
Well, if for no other reason, I mean, again, I don't know how far out on a limb I'd go to say that the final score won't be 3-1, but say it is, say Indiana wins, the longer Brody can go, the more helpful it is for your road to come back from that.
Yeah.
As obviously you're going to have to spend some time then playing a couple extra games, and so you need Brody to get through this a little ways, as that's a good first pitch fastball in the outside corner.
Strike to Taylor, whom he struck out in the first. Out of the windup, the 0-1 from Brecht. Same spot, maybe a little bit higher this time, or maybe more outside. It's called a ball.
I think he gave a motion for outside, but boy, that's right on the edge.
Downstairs this time, 2-1. Went to the slider.
It's a good breaking ball there, and Taylor just did a nice job of not offering at it.
Left-handed hitter, the 2-1 is popped up left side. Tello will battle the sun. Raiders got it. First out of the inning.
We were joking about that. Raider Tello wears the sunglasses. And it was, how many times do you suppose Raider Tellos flipped those down this year? We were all kind of pretty much at 0, but I think he just flipped them down.
That would be the first one. I agree. He's got the flip shades, and yeah, the sun is basically right above us, right? And right into anybody on the left side, right in their face. One out in the inning as Brecht will battle Brock Tibbetts, who hit the double to right to give Indiana their first couple of runs. Brody can't throw him a strike yet, 2-0.
And again, that's going back to the fastball was close, but then goes back to the slider and bounces it up there.
2-0, way up and in, ball 3. And none of the pitches in this at bat, well, I guess the first one was around, but the slider and the fastball haven't been nearly enough for Tibbetts to consider swinging at. Here comes the 3-0. That's in there for a strike, 3-1.
Well, and go back to when Brody was good at Northwestern. He's on the mound and he's going, and he's not really fiddling around, and he looks comfortable.
3-1, ground ball, left side, diving stop by Tello. He jumps up, throw to first, got him. What a play.
Raider Tello, an outstanding third baseman, comes up with a great play there to help his pitcher out, and there's 2 away here in the third.
How about that for some momentum? It comes on the defensive side. Feel like we haven't talked about Raiders' defense as much as we do his offense.
Oh, he's played a great third base for the Hawks this year, and just been super solid after having, especially with hurting both wrists at various points in the season.
Carter Matheson is their DH. He's in the box. He walked back in the first. Left-handed hitter. Boy, 1-2-3 innings sure would be nice for Brody if he can get it. 1-0, high and out, ball 2. A lot of 2-0 counts today.
Yeah, there's been, he's done a good job in spots, but then the Indiana hitters that.
Here's one on the ground to short. This will be a tough play. Seegers has to hustle, throw to first, safe at first. Sawed him off, and Michael was playing deep at shortstop. The natural grass on the infield totally killed it. And the throw to first just not in time. We're thinking about challenging it, but I don't think we're going to.
No, he's safe. That ball was 57 miles an hour off the bat as Brody got the fastball up and in on him, and he just fisted it out there.
So the inning continues for Indiana in the third. They're up 3-1. Here's Josh Pine. Out of the stretch, pitch in the dirt, gets away from Moss, but Cade keeps it close enough where Matheson has to stay put. I think a first pitch strike would go a long way for Brody. Just can't throw it right now. 2 outs in the inning. See if he can get one here, though. Even the count at 1-1. Well, got it there, swing and a miss.
Pine tried to ambush the fastball. I mean, it was actually way ahead of the 97-mile-an-hour fastball as it was up over the zone, but Pine was just trying to get on time and go get it.
1-1 in the air to center. Huckstorf and Frazier come together as Kyle shades over towards right. It's Huckstorf that makes the catch for the third out. All right, I think that's a big 0 right there. We'll go to the fourth. Indiana 3, Iowa 1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Honar, Seegers, and Huckstorf come to the plate for Iowa in the fourth. Hawks trail 3-1. but just got a big time 0 there from Brody Brecht in the defense to keep the Hoosiers off the scoreboard. They scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second, nothing in the third. We scored our run in the second. The winner will move on and play Saturday morning at 9 a.m. The loser drops down to the losers bracket and plays Michigan tomorrow at 2. And then the winner of that game would then take on the winner of this game after getting through that losers bracket. But the road gets significantly harder if you lose this one, just from a pitching perspective, let alone games played in a number of days.
Yeah, certainly longer. That's what makes it difficult is you tax your pitching staff so hard.
Sam Honar leading things off. First pitch low and in from Sinnard, who's out there for his 4th inning of work. Both these teams, you can feel pretty confident saying they're in the NCAA tournament. So more baseball ahead outside of Omaha, as Honar with good discipline, 2-0.
Yeah, this is a seeding weekend for both of these teams, just to kind of see where they head to and where they land.
2-0 pitch to Honar. That's outside. Called a strike. My goodness, it's 2-1.
Holy cow, is that up and away? Coach Sutherland jumps up on the rail and says hi to home plate umpire Rick Allen.
Stay disciplined here. The 2-1. Honar pulled his head and swung and missed. 2-2. I think Sam was looking at the foul pole before the ball crossed the plate there.
Well, that fastball's probably high, but after the pitch you just took, I'm not sure.
Honar could not hold off that pitch either. Goes down on strikes, check swing, went through the zone, and that strike call in the outside corner totally frazzled Honar, I think, and then he chased the next 2 pitches after that.
Well, and it instead of 3-0, he throws a breaking ball that's out off the plate above the strike zone, gets the call. And yeah, it changed the at-bat, but again, you've got to maintain your discipline through that. We've talked about it through.
Seegers in the box, first pitch strike. That's high, but called. Apparently in Rick Allen's zone, trying to figure out this strike box. There's another one from Sinnard. He's dealing now.
Well, it's a lot easier to deal when your strike zone's 2 balls wide.
Man.
2 balls wider than it should be.
That's a shame. Here comes the 0-2 to Seegers. That's bounced in the dirt. Definitely a ball. 1-2. Indiana 3-1, top 4 this afternoon in Omaha.
But again, like with Honar, the first strike didn't cause the last 2.
Right. That one high to Seegers, 2-2.
So you've got to maintain what you're doing now. And I get it. You're mad, you're frustrated, but you got to put the hammer down here and make sure Sinnard gets out of this game soon, and you cause it.
The 2-2, Michael sends it back up the middle, base hit. That's a good job right there by Seegers. Hawks have their 3rd hit of the game.
Stayed with the breaking ball there. A really good pitch from Sinnard, down low in the zone, but across the middle of the plate. Seegers doing what he does best, just sees it, stays with it, rolls it right through the middle of the infield, trots down to first base.
And this is the bottom half of the order that was 8 of 16 against Michigan on Tuesday. This bottom half has 2 of the 3 Iowa hits right now. Here is Huckstorf. He singled and scored in the second.
Huck had a great at bat too. Another one where he wasn't in command of that at bat, but stayed to his process. Did a good job. Lined one into the outfield and then created some trouble on the base paths.
First pitch, strike at the letters for Kyle. That one was in the zone.
It is an expanded strike zone, though. It is, again, really a high zone. We've talked about it a lot this season. You don't see strikes up there very often. Rick Allen likes to see strikes up there, apparently.
And wow, to see it from Sinnard, too, 6'8". He's already got that downward angle on it. The 0-1 is way too high. That's a ball.
But it's part of what makes him effective is he drops that breaking ball in from such a high angle. It looks like it's high, and it looks like it'll never come down low enough. And so if he's getting that part of the zone.
1-1. Kyle fouled it back. 1-2. If somebody could find a way to get one down that left field line. And the left fielder is playing really in the left center gap. They must have Kyle scouted to the push side for him. Nothing to pull. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Seegers at first base and the Hawkeye fourth. Iowa down by 2. Check on Michael at first base.
Hawks do like to run with 2 strikes, so not necessarily 1-2, a little bit more on 2-2, but see if Huck can get it there.
Senard's got the sign. Here comes the 1-2. That's outside. Hard fastball just off the plate, 2-2.
Good spot here. You could.
Well, you got to the 2-2 like you talked about.
Yeah, you could play a little run and hit here if it works out.
Michael just barely off the bag before a quick throw came over.
Pickoff move number 312 in the game.
No kidding. Good lead by Michael at first base. This time he has to slide back.
Goal being to wear the base runner out, I think, is the. If he's got to dive back, you're
right.
Going to make him too tired to run.
Yeah. It's almost like a secondary effect would be to get him out. Here's the 2-2. That hit Hucksdorf in the elbow. Kyle will get first base, and the Hawks are in business in the 4th. He took him out of his own rhythm.
Well, a little bit. We saw that yesterday, man. That was close. Huck kind of gave a little. Let's just say there was no effort to get out of the way, which, again, you don't have to make. But had a little bit of a chicken wing floating out there, and Hawks are in business here again in the 3rd.
And this is the first time we've seen anything for Indiana where they might consider getting somebody in their bullpen because it's totally empty down there. Iowa's has been occupied since the 1st. And we'll have a mound visit for the Hoosiers now with Braden Frazier coming to the plate. Braden Frazier and Cade Moss here at the bottom of the order for the Hawks. Runners at first and second. We've been putting pressure on them. We loaded the bases in the 1st, but this feels like another good spot for the Hawks.
Well, and what looked like, might have had a kind of the makings of another quick inning here. And oh boy, we're in trouble now. All of a sudden, 2 really good at-bats. Seegers battled and got on, and Hucksdorf was able to stay alive. You've got the Hoosier pitch count up.
Yeah, it's up near 70 now, so you're kind of in the same boat with him. Maybe 2 innings max, unless we help him get out sooner.
Right, but now, we talked about this in the 1st inning. You got to finish this inning.
You got to finish it. We did not do that in the 1st. Got the base load with nobody out. Here's Frazier in the box now, and this is one of the hungry Wolves taking down the Buffalo. Just got to do your part here. Don't try to do too much. First pitch to Frazier, tapped foul down the 3rd base side. Going all the way back to youth ball, coaches would tell you, hey, if you try to hit the home run, you're not going to hit it, right? And I think even at college, the same can apply here. Just a base hit, just find a way on. Do your 1/9 here, Braden, that you've been doing all year for us.
Do your 1/9, but can't contain your zone. He got a little, chased a breaking ball there, a little bit outside. Just called
He's called a time violation on him? I'm not sure.
No, that was way too fast for that.
No balls in the strike to Frazier. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air, shallow right. Taylor will come forward. He's got it. No tag by any runner. 2 down. Yep, to Cade Moss.
It's a good fastball down in the zone, right across at the knees. And again, it kind of goes back to because Frazier had expanded the zone on the 1st pitch. He's behind in the count. He feels like he has to swing at that one and isn't able to really do anything with it. So we're going to leave it up to the best 9 hitter in the business.
Yep, here is Cade Moss. He lined out to left his first time up. Runners at first and second for Iowa. Top 4, 2 outs, down 3-1. First pitch from Senard. That's low, ball 1.
Good job there from Cade. Tried to ambush the fastball in his first at-bat. Hit it hard, but they had him played perfectly. That time they went breaking ball, and he lays off.
Try a spin move to second base. It was close there, but Michael was ready, and he got back in time. Throwing one of those into center. For as often as they pick, they sure don't make any mistakes, do they? 1-0 pitch to Moss. That's in there for a strike just below the letters 1-1.
Kate asking a question of, hey, is my guy going to get that next inning?
We didn't get anything like that on Tuesday, I can tell you that. Sennard struggling with the sign on his wrist guard. He's down to 5 seconds to pitch it.
Pickoff move.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here it comes. Foul tip, 1-2.
Really thought he'd inside move there just to reset the pitch clock, but
Sure.
he got set, he got ready. Seegers thought he had a jump, couldn't quite get going. A good pitch. Another breaking ball down low. Big spot here, Cade Moss.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 on. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball left side. Pine picked it up. He'll throw it to first. Got him. More runners left on base for Iowa. A couple more here in the 4th. Down 3-1. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Bottom of the 4th inning in Omaha. Big Ten tournament action between 2nd-seeded Indiana, 3rd-seeded Iowa today on the winner's side of the bracket. Hoosiers lead 3-1. Brody Brecht out for another inning of work.
Need to had a good inning last inning. Got through it relatively cleanly. Gave up the infield single, but need to see him mow through again and just do a good job. He might have 2 more innings in him if he could get through this one cleanly.
And it'll be, bottom 3rd, 7, 8, 9, which is who he saw to lead off the 2nd, and started with hit by pitch and then single. So first pitch strike, get the first out, and build some confidence in yourself right here.
I like your thinking.
Yeah. From our perspective up here, we kind of come up with the ideal situations. Obviously, that's what Brody's been trying to do all day.
Right.
It's just Indiana's thrown some pitchers down in their bullpen now. Brecht deals a first pitch strike on the outside corner to Hunter Jesse, the left-handed left fielder.
Haven't seen many of those, so that's a good start here to the bottom of the 4th inning.
Foul tipped in the box, nothing in 2. All right. Brody's pitch count at 71 in the bottom of the 4th. Here comes the 0-2. The wind and the fire. Tapper to the left side. Rader will pick it up on a couple of hops. Tello's strong throw to first base. 1 up, 1 down. Good start for Brecht in the 4th.
Again, a really good job from Rader. What you see from him defensively is he chooses the hops well. He's that one, he was kind of going sideways, all of a sudden saw a big hop up, so he made sure he worked hard in to charge it, and then was able to fire it across the diamond after he caught it, right basically at his face. So it made the play much easier. Good slider there from Brody. Got Cerny chasing it in the dirt.
Tello, a redshirt sophomore, so 3rd year, but really plays like a veteran. Oh, I don't know if your 3rd year you're considered a veteran, but certainly seems like it now. And I like what I'm seeing out of Brody. 0-2 after Cerny fouls that one off. Just calm down and settling in a bit here.
Yeah, and that's Brody's in rhythm, ready to go. The ball boy still trying to return to the cage because he doesn't want any part of being behind Brody right now. Another good pitch, strikeout there as he throws a slider down low.
I don't know, John, I got a good feeling about this. You just feel a little momentum. The crowd's still behind us here, down 3-1, but maybe getting some back. Another strikeout for Brecht.
You got to finish it here. Keep doing what you're doing.
Ceruto at the bottom of the order, laid down a good sacrifice bunt for the Hoosiers in the second.
You're going to see Yoho at some point, who looks a whole heck of a lot different than Sinnard does.
Sure. Swinging at the first pitch is Ceruto, sending it back. We're going to have to watch our heads here, John. Drops down right below us.
Oh.
Ooh, almost hopped up to us. You were ready.
That was so close. We came to the game last night, and that was all I wanted. I didn't want an ice cream here. I wanted a foul ball. And
just one.
You guys made me leave before we got one.
I think you and I will get our chance tonight during that Maryland-Nebraska game that'll follow. 1 ball and 1 strike.
The best part of that one was that I'd been able to get it on a bounce. It wouldn't even hurt to try to catch it.
Yeah, we could have got it out of the way of the rest of them. Here's one shot into right. Frazier's ready for it. He's got it. A 1-2-3 inning for Brody Brecht and the Hawkeyes in the 4th. Iowa fans rise to their feet as the Hawkeyes come into the dugout. Let's get the bats going. Down 3-1. 5th inning coming up. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
The top of the order for the Hawkeyes will now get their 3rd look at Luke Sinnard, who's out for the 5th. Indiana leading 3-1. The Hawks feel like they're on the brink. Only got 3 hits, but a couple of free bases to help us out. And we feel on the cusp of breaking through against Sinnard, something that you kind of felt on Tuesday's game against O'Halloran of Michigan, where it took until the 5th inning before we got to their starter. Hopefully we can do the same today against Sinnard.
Well, and just do a good job of keep creating pressure. You know, that's the big side of it. 3 hits, a walk. So, I mean, you created 4 base runners. You had the error, a hit batter. So, what's that, 5, 6 base runners. So, you've had traffic out there. He had 1 quick, clean inning. But the other 3 of the 4 innings, Iowa's had people out there and made him work. So, you know, he's up to 74 pitches. They've been, you know, energetic. But, again, he's thrown 51 strikes. He's pounded the strike zone. Hasn't even really pounded the edges. Just been pretty good in the zone. And so Ben Wilmus will need to start us off.
Swings at the first pitch. It was a good one from Sinnard and fouled off to the left side for Wilmus, who's reached on an error back in the first, but he flied out to center to end the second. No balls in a strike to Ben. That's low, but called a strike. Snapped up off the dirt, framed nicely by Ceruto, and it's 0-2.
Well, like what we were talking about earlier, we haven't seen any consistency in that low strike so far.
That's high. 1-2.
That's a great pitch. 95 miles an hour, right at the top of the zone that he's been calling. So you give yourself a chance. It's an impossible pitch to hit.
Wilmus hangs tough in the box, fouled it off. 1-2.
Good job there to stay with that cutter.
I think we've seen all 4 pitches for Wilmus here have been on a corner or an edge to this point. That's good news for Sinnard.
Right, I was just saying, you know, how he's been kind of in the strike zone, but boy, to Wilmus here, he's been just painting the edges.
1-2 delivery. High. Ball. Ooh, got punched out on a breaking ball that was on the top edge of the zone. Wilmus caught looking.
Boy, that's not terrible, but boy, that's not, let's just say that pitch hasn't been called a strike. That is up at the very tip top of the zone at the very outside edge of the plate.
And a breaking ball, too, that doesn't come in straight and flat. That had bump to it and still finished across the zone high there. Peterson sees a strike 1.
Yeah, I think that was the cutter, so it didn't have quite as much movement as his 12-6 breaking ball like that one he just threw, but that one's inside too.
Peterson lifts this down the line in right, and it's a base hit for Peterson in front of the right fielder. I thought it was angling more closer to us, but it was really shot over the second baseman. So the fourth hit of the game for the Hawks is off the bat of Sam Peterson. He's on for the second time today.
Thought Cerny was going to have a chance to chase that down, but just flared out over his head, and the Hawks actually finally get a cheap hit.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those today, right? The seeing eye singles, almost the ones where they're not hit hard off the bat, but they find a way. It's kind of like what teams have done to us this year at times. Here's DeRiggi. He's 0 for 2 today. Well, rather, he singled in the first. He was out eventually on a fielder's choice.
Yeah,
I had the red mark but next to his name because he was an out.
He had the oh, by the way, single out there to right center field. Petey, good speed, leads the team in stolen bases down at first.
Iowa down 3-1 in the fifth. Feel like there's some momentum here to grab. DeRiggi in the box. Pickoff move to first base. Peterson's getting his jersey dirty.
The Hawks' disturbing trend against Indiana continues, though. Just 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
There's a strike on the low portion of the zone, 1-1. I think Brennan might have been confused by that. That's one he usually swings at, isn't it?
Well, when he's on fire, he's aggressive with the get me over pitches. That one he ends up taking, but still in a good spot, 1-1, not in a real problem spot here yet.
Peterson at first base, a ball and a strike with 1 out. The pitch to the Hawkeye first baseman. Fouled it off. I think he chased that one.
Went up. Senard did a good job elevating the fastball out of the zone there. That was really what happened in DeRiggi's first at-bat. Was kind of all over the place. DeRiggi was just putting bat on ball and eventually singled.
Brennan grounded out to first his last time up. He's got a big gap for him there in left center and a ton of room down the right field line. A ball and 2 strikes, still waiting for the pitch as Senard checks on Peterson again.
Hawkeye fans a little aggravated with the amount of pickoff moves.
Here's the 1-2. That's high, ball 2, very close. Brennan laid off, and it's 2-2 now. Kind of that running count that you've talked about before, John.
Right, and that's a great fastball there again. You show that fastball up in the zone, see if you can get DeRiggi to chase it. He held off.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Another check on Peterson at first base. We haven't talked to... Go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, there's no way he's not thrown over to first base on this move.
Yeah. I was going to say, we haven't talked too much about the weather conditions. It's sunny and low 80s, wind blowing in hard from center, though. Here's the 2-2. Line drive, foul down the third base side. A couple of young fans reaching over that half wall, wearing the black and gold. Mainly Iowa crowd here. Hawks trying to give them something to get out of their seats for. 3-1 Indiana in the fifth.
I think the only place the ball will carry at all is into the Indiana dugout. So DeRiggi, or the bullpen. So
it's DeRiggi territory. Here's a 2-2. Another foul ball. Brennan's had a ton of great at-bats here today.
Good job staying on that breaking ball there. Fought it off at the last minute because, again, top part of the zone, umpire maybe, maybe not. And you just got to, hey, I don't want to walk back to the dugout with my bat. So let's foul off a good pitch, see if I can get another try.
We'll do it again at 2-2. Not before a check on Peterson at first. Front of his uniform was once clean and gray, now dirty and tan. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There goes Petey. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second base. Not in time. Peterson will take second. DeRiggi out on the strikeout.
Was able to get the cutter kind of a little bit elevated, but in on DeRiggi.
It's been a tough tournament for Brennan. 5th strikeout through 8 at-bats.
I'm going to say something I don't normally say. Raider Tello, take 1 pitch.
Take 1?
Just take 1.
Yeah, I mean, Senard's up there close to 90 pitches now in the 5th. 2 outs, Peterson at second. First pitch to Tello. I'm glad he took that one because it was a ball, John.
Happy he laid off that. Again, that was the cutter down low and away. But really pick a small spot that you want, and if it's there, go get it.
That was not the small spot. Up and in. Ball 2. You feel like this could be the end of the line for Sinnard. I know Indiana doesn't have anybody throwing, but he's kind of been all over the place. He's held us in check with a couple of strikeouts in the inning, but doesn't have the command that he once had. Here comes the 2-0 pitch to Tello. Fouled back towards us, 2-1.
I think you're going to see him one more inning if he can get Tello out. That's why I'd like to see Tello at least expand the at-bat the best you can.
3-2 sounds really good, John, just to put more pressure on him. They're up 3-1 right now. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch to Rader. That's high, ball 3. You got Honar on deck, too, and Honar's been a clutch hitter this season, so wouldn't mind seeing him coming to the plate with a couple of runners on, but Rader's got to do his job first. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. The pause and the pitch. That's outside. Ball 4, we're going to see Sam.
Really good at-bat there. Tello's not extremely patient, but the times that when he kind of puts his mind to it, he has a good command of the strike zone. He just likes to hit.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think he sensed that he needed to do that in that at-bat this time. And so he walks. He'll join Peterson on the base paths, and we'll see Sam Honar, who has been a little bit off today, 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, was definitely frustrated there in the 4th. So settle back in. You get another chance to produce and help your team out with Iowa trailing Indiana 3-1 in the 5th. There are 2 outs, though. It seems like that's when Iowa, after the 1st, has got a couple of runners on and been threatening, but it's all come with 2 outs.
We're not going to win a game with pitch count, but obviously this is a useful stretch here. And the Big Ten Network flashes the 6 for 13 graphic against Michigan with runners in scoring position, but 1 for 7 today. Hawks get another chance as that ball misses high.
I like our chances when it comes to our bullpen versus theirs. We could say that. Let's try to get this thing as close as possible. Iowa down 3-1. Honar in the box. Outfielders respecting Sam's power. Sinnard was totally confused by which pitch he was supposed to throw there and had to step off. Now he's back on the rubber. 1-0 count for Honar. Here's the pitch. Popped it up down the left field line, angling towards foul territory. Third baseman giving chase, and he slides into the tarp, unable to make the play.
What a great effort from Pine there. Wow. As he was trying to make that wasn't even a Willie Mays catch. That was just an outstanding running effort as he kind of slung his glove at it as it went right over his head. But what a fantastic effort then. Just gave it all up on the dirt. Ended up kind of slinging himself into the tarp.
Pine has had a pretty good week here in Omaha. I remember him on Tuesday in that game against Illinois, made a number of very good defensive plays over there at third. I think Honar feels lucky in the box that he gets another chance at that because he missed one that was right down the middle. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. Sinnard is already on the bump and ready to go. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
That was 94, center. Sam missed the first one at 92, and he got an even better one there. Shorten up the swing.
Come on,
it's funny,
Sam.
funny how they've got him shifted over. You saw where that single went yesterday.
The 1-2 in the air to left. Not hit well enough. Jesse's there, and he's got it. More runners left on base for the Hawks. It's up to 9. 3-1 Indiana. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, the Big Ten tournament. Indiana leading Iowa in the bottom of the fifth. Hoosiers 3-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Brody Brecht on for another inning of work here in the bottom of the fifth. Brecht will face the top of the Indiana lineup, and so they'll get to see him for the third time through. It'll be Glasser to lead things off. 7 combined hits between these two teams. Iowa out hitting Indiana right now 4-3, but Indiana on top in the column that counts right now 3-1.
Yeah, the Indiana did a better job of taking advantage of the free bases they were given there by Iowa. Iowa's walked a few. Indiana's had a few errors. And they turned the walks into runs, where Iowa really didn't do a good job of turning the mistakes so far from Indiana into runs.
Just getting through the midway point of this game as Brecht deals a strike and now a ball to Glasser. That one got to the backstop 1-1.
Not even sure where that missed him.
Yeah.
Ball skipped behind him.
Low and in, and yeah, you're right, John. That was close. Here comes the 1-1. High and out, ball 2.
That looks like he got just out of the way on it, but irrelevant at this point. Just need to buckle back in. Felt like he'd found some rhythm.
2-1, just outside, ball 3, a bit high too.
Wow.
First batter in each inning has been a task for Brody, although the last 2 he's been able to retire them.
Oof.
Almost went around on that one. The 3-1 from Brecht. High, ball 4. Walked the leadoff hitter in the 5th. That'll probably accelerate things in the Hawkeye bullpen.
Center fielder, number 16.
Yeah, Glasser, just a really nice hitter. 33 walks coming into today, just 27 strikeouts.
Cade Moss will step in front of the plate and issue some signs to his defense. The infielders confirming.
Glasser, good speed. Whalen, good with the short game part of the bat.
See what Indiana does here. First pitch from Brecht. Outside.
Fortunately for both of us, I think TrackMan hasn't updated, because that was...
Looked good. That one's in there for a strike from Brecht. We got Simpson getting loose in the Iowa bullpen, the lefty. Iowa down 3-1 in the 5th. All the scoring came in the first 2 innings. Quick check on Glasser at first base.
Yeah, the first pitch was kind of right up on that upper part of the zone that has occasionally been called a strike today.
Brody's been working inside to these hitters lately and just not getting the call there.
Misses that one high.
These Indiana hitters really crowd the plate on both sides. I guess Whalen not as much, but Brody's trying to take advantage of that inside corner. The 2-1, swing and a miss. Way behind that one.
Way behind, and got some help there, as that ball was well outside of the strike zone up high. Whalen expands the zone, but 53 strikeouts. You got a chance to get him.
Yeah, Taylor on deck.
Whalen and Matheson, 53, 54 strikeouts. So chance to go get guys like this.
Prime candidates. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball to third. Tello picks it up on the short hop. Throw to second for 1. That's the only play we'll have there. We'll get the lead runner. We'll get the speedy guy out on the play.
Wow, and that's a really good play on a couple fronts there. As talked about Tello before, went in, charged it, got the hop, And made a great off-balance throw, but I shouldn't say a great off-balance throw. Made a throw to second base a little bit low. Honar makes a good catch, but can't make the turn as the speedy Glasser was on top of him pretty quickly.
Really good hang there by Sam at second base. Here's Taylor. Wow, he swung the bat there at about 20%. Just got a piece of it and hit it foul.
Yeah, he was fooled, wanted no part of it, and strike one way or the other.
Brecht is to that point where he's working quickly now. The 0-1 delivery is on the outside corner, 0-2.
Good pitch there from Brody. And again, you see him when he gets into a rhythm, jumps right back on, comes to his spot.
No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Line drive right to Honar. Oh, it got under his glove and into center field for a base hit. Two on for Indiana now. We're going to have to take a look at that one.
I'm not sure whether it had some dip on it or...
I think it did.
Just kind of, Sam was a little higher, and funny enough, he just didn't get on the ground quick enough, so the ball just kind of snuck under him.
Could have been a double play ball at the most ideal situation, or a line drive catch. Instead, runners at first and second for the Hoosiers in the 5th. Here's Tibbetts. Ball inside. Tibbetts has the RBI double in the 1st. Came up in a very similar situation in that inning as he is right here. 2 on for the Hoosiers. They're up by 2 as well. 1 out in the inning. Here's the 1-0 from Brecht. Outside, ball 2.
Just keep finding the rhythm. It's not... We'll get a quick visit from Coach McGrath here.
Yep. Sean's headed out to the pitcher's mound for a mid-at-bat mound visit, which we've seen before. A little bit more time for Jared Simpson to get loose in the Iowa bullpen. Iowa down 3-1 in the 5th.
Jared's been getting loose for 3 innings.
Yeah.
He's ready to go. It's just you're still, again, you're counting on Brody, and again, Brody's done the last couple innings. He's done a decent enough job, and you know, a little help there. I mean, it's not. I'm certainly not criticizing Sam. It's a play he should have made. It's a play he would tell you maybe he can make. And you know, you've seen Tello come up with one. You've seen the Hawkeye defense do it really all year, including Honar. So again, I want to be really clear about that. But we talked about it during the Michigan State series. You know, when a team hits well, when you can take those hits away on those 50-50 plays, just gives you that much more of a chance.
Mound visit concluded. The 2-0 pitch is hit on the ground to Deriggi at first. He'll throw it to second for 1. Back to first base. Safe at first. This is going to be closer than the last one, I think.
Still don't think he got him.
Brecht was over and covering.
That is a really athletic play from Brody, too, to get all the way over there.
Everybody was doing a great job on that one.
Not sure what Taylor was doing. He went back to Deriggi wants the review. They're saying no.
Not going to review it, and so there are 2 outs and runners at the corners. Still a little bit of a pause here. And, ooh, this could be it for Brody. Coach Heller's on the top step.
Lefty-lefty matchup.
Going to get Brecht.
Oh, he was clearly safe. Wasted challenge if they would have done it.
All right, Coach Heller's out of the dugout, crossing the white line and headed to the mound. A pitching change coming for Iowa. Big spot, 2 outs, runners at the corners for Indiana. Bottom of the 5th, they lead at 3-1. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Iowa goes to the bullpen in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Hawkeyes taking Brody Brecht out of the game and turning to the left-hander, the redshirt senior from Clinton, Jared Simpson.
4-2 on the season with a save, 20 appearances and a start, 5.66 ERA, 41 1/3 innings. He's given up 40 hits, 28 runs. 26 of those were earned, 20 walks, and 63 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .250 against him. Has hit 11 batters. It's an interesting move. You understand, you like the lefty-lefty matchup, but there have been times where Jared's had a hard time coming inside of those left-handers. And so, he starts on the first side of the rubber. He's got a little bit of a three-quarter arm action. So if he leaves the ball inside, he occasionally will hit that left-hander. And so, big spot here. He's got room, but the reason you're coming in is to get this fella out.
Right. It'll be Carter Matheson who's reached both times today. He's their DH. John, your thoughts on Brody Brecht's start?
Again, kind of gritty. Just not enough strikes. You're looking at it through 94 pitches, 53 strikes, 41 balls, so 56%. Not terrible, but it seemed like they came in bunches. There really wasn't hey, I walked a guy here and then I was able to kind of work my way out of it. And Indiana shows kind of how good of a hitting team they are, is that, they've got 4 hits off Brody. Not many teams can claim 4 hits in 4 2/3 innings. But when you put the free guys on base and then let somebody roll through or hit one hard, it creates problems. So good, but I tell you, Brody wants more.
Well, we'll see what Jared Simpson can do with 2 outs. Runners at the corners. First pitch is way high. Moss did a stellar job to snag that out of the air. Otherwise, that's going to the backstop.
That was one of the best catches I've ever seen a catcher make.
Man.
I got to see where this is on the replay. That's, I think, over the hitter's head. Oh, yeah. Jeez.
1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs. Big pitch here from Simpson. That's on the outside corner, 1-1.
That's an incredible bounce back right there.
Really, yeah. 2 totally opposite ends of the spectrum there with the pitch delivery.
91-mile-an-hour fastball up and away. Good pitch.
A ball and a strike. Moss setting up outside again. Here's the pitch. High, ball 2. Coming in, lefty-lefty matchup. Middle of the order for Indiana.
Matheson 312 on the year, so.
Good hitter. 2-1. Simpson takes a deep breath. The pitch. Called strike inside corner, 2-2.
Great spot there. Again, just talking about as Jared came in the game, that's a tough spot for him to hit. But boy, did he dot it up there. Low, knee high, right on the inside portion of the plate. He's got himself in a good position.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch, ground ball, right side. Honar's got it. He'll throw it to first base. Got him, and we get out of trouble in the 5th.
Not pretty, but it got done. That's all it takes. Come on, Bats, let's score some runs.
Iowa with just 1 run today so far. We'll head to the 6th. Indiana 3-1. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Seegers, Hucksdorf, Frazier coming to the plate for the Hawkeyes. We're already in the top of the sixth. Iowa trailing Indiana right now 3-1. Each team with 4 hits today. Indiana's got 3 errors defensively. They're going to trot Luke Sennard back out there. He's thrown 97 pitches. Got to imagine he's near the end of the line. Let's help him get there.
Right. Indiana finally has a guy up playing catch down in the bullpen. But really, if you're the Hawkeyes, you don't want him to leave in the top of the 7th inning. You want him to leave here in the top of the 6th inning, and obviously that would be because you caused some issues and caused some traffic. Iowa with 7 runners left on base, just haven't quite been able to come up with the big knock, which has been something that's carried over.
Yeah.
From the series in Bloomington.
Some reason just can't get the big hit against these Hoosiers. Here's Michael Seegers. First pitch floats inside, ball 1.
Good take there as that ball was right on the inside edge. Missed it with the cutter.
1-0. Michael shoots it over the shortstop's head, but he's trailing back and he's got it. He caught it in the air. That was off the end of the bat, had nothing on it.
59 mile an hour off the bat was just a little looper, and boy, that's the one you don't see Siegs do very often. Is, you know, he's ahead in the count 1-0. He gets the breaking ball that's well down and away. There just isn't anything you can do with that, and as he showed it by cue balling it out, just tracking it out to Glasser.
Here's Kyle Hucksdorf. Fastball right down the middle to start his at bat. Huck today with a single and a run scored in the second. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th. He's been a bright spot for Iowa offensively today. The 0-1, Kyle rips it to right, but in the air, nothing doing there. Caught by Taylor, 2 down. We've hit a lot of fly balls today, and it's just not going to go anywhere today.
Were you trying to reverse whammy him by announcing that catch before he caught it?
He wasn't going to drop that one.
I agree, but I was just impressed.
I would have happily been corrected there. Quickly 2 up, 2 down for Iowa. Braden's got to take a couple pitches here. Hopefully Sennard doesn't start him off with a strike.
Iowa really hasn't hit a ton of balls in the air, though.
You don't think so, John?
We have 3 flyouts, so no, I don't
I've
think
got a
so.
lot of pop-ups on here.
Oh, we're backwards there, so 7, I guess. That would be, if we're looking at it back that way. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm going to count Seegers as a ball that was actually hit in the air. I know he popped it up, but
Frazier's done a good job not swinging at any pitches. They've all been out of the zone 3-0.
That's a good pitch there, and a good job from Frazier to not chase it. As Sennard's up now over 100.
3-0 pitch. It's called a strike at the letters. Frazier had jogged down to first, but he'll have to come back.
That is the absolute tip top of the zone again.
Yep. I guess that's what they do on a 3-0 count. You expand it a little bit, help them out. Here's the 3-1. Frazier bloops it down the right field line, and just like that, we've got a full count. I don't know that Sennard needs much help, though. Do you?
No, but at least that ball was a strike.
Right, yeah, that one. The one before, a little interesting. Full count. Sennard ready, out of the windup. Here's the pitch. Frazier hits it on the ground, base hit into left.
See, that's a win. Got
yes.
2 extra pitches out of it. So good thing that umpire called that.
Yeah, sure. One way you look at it, yes.
Get 2 extra pitches, and we still get Frazier down to first base.
Hey, start things up with 2 outs. Iowa's done it all season. I guess trends haven't been very good to us against Indiana this year, but Moss coming to the plate, who's 0 for 2. It's the one team that has just stifled Iowa offensively.
Sennard at 107. You just got to imagine he's not coming back out for the 7th inning. But again, if you can do some damage here. Cade Moss loves that corner.
Boy, 3-2 makes things really interesting. Frazier at first base. This one's in the dirt. Catcher can't find it. Frazier's going to get to second base.
Really nicely done there by Frazier to read that. Spike to the fastball.
Come on, Cade.
You've seen that a little bit more now. He's been a little wilder And so if you just kind of show some patience, find one you like. Again,
we love it down that line and left. Find a way, Cade. 2 outs, the 1-0 pitch to Moss. Oh, up and in, ball 2.
Well, that was, we were talking earlier in the year about labeling the third baseline down Banks, Cade's corner down there. And so love for Cade to hook one down into that corner right now, because Jesse is nowhere to be found in left field over there.
Hitters count for the 2-0, breaking ball for a strike. High, too.
Well, yeah, that's...
He must drop in there at the right spot, otherwise he wouldn't call it consistently like that, would he?
Yeah, go with that.
2 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Senard ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Out in front of that one, I think.
Yeah, that was a good cutter there as he kept it out and away. Still a big spot. Cade's just got to grips up on the bat a little bit. Another runner in scoring position for the Hawks.
Here's a 2-2. It hit him. It hit Moss. Up and in. Senard cannot believe it. And the Hawks have runners at first and second with 2 outs.
44 mile an hour exit velo off Cade's arm.
Trackman picked that up, huh? Look like they're sticking with Senard for now. He's up to 107. Now that's before all those pitches to Moss. So he's going to be in.
Yeah, it's 112 now.
So and here's Ben Wilmus with 2 outs, top 6. Iowa down 3-1. Runners at first and second for the Hawkeye DH.
Be a menace, Benny Wilmus.
First pitch to Wilmus is outside. Throw down to second on the back pick. Frazier got back in time. That's a long throw, a risky throw, but.
And a less than great throw.
Yep.
Frazier's getting a great secondary lead. Obviously, any ball to the outfield, even with shallow outfielders, Frazier's going to score on.
A ball and no strikes. The pitch to Wilmus. Downstairs, ball 2. Are you taking here, John? He's thrown a ton of balls out of the zone in a row now.
You are not swinging at this pitch. He's going to throw you the cutter more than likely. Could come with the fastball.
Take it, Ben. Here's the 2-0. He squares to bunt, pulled it back. It's outside, ball 3. Well, now you're definitely got the red light.
You probably have the red light for 2 pitches here. Certainly 1. Come on, Menace.
3-0 pitch from Senard is low, but called a strike at the knees. All right, we'll take it. 3-1. There's a little bit of a delayed call there. I thought he was turning his head to issue the walk. 3-1 to Wilmus. Senard shakes off a sign, agrees to the second one. Here comes the 3-1. Hit into right field. Taylor has got a beat on it. He caught it. 2 more left on base for Iowa in the 6th. 3-1 Indiana. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the 6th inning in Omaha. Indiana 3, Iowa 1. Jared Simpson to the mound. He finished up the 5th, and the 6th inning should be all his to start things off, at least, with Pine, Jesse, and Cerny coming to the plate for the Hoosiers. Indiana scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second. Iowa scored 1 in the second. Teams combining for 9 hits. Iowa's got 5 of them.
4 2/3 innings for Brody Breck. 4 hits, 3 runs were all earned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, but 2 hit batters. And actually the wild pitch ended up being really important as that moved the runners up. actually allowed the run to score after they'd been sacrificed up when he gave away the free base there. So
offensively, Iowa 5 of 24 today, drawn 2 walks, 1 for 10 with runners on base, 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position, 1 for 7 with 2 outs, and we had a combination of all those things there to end our chances in the top of the 6th. Here's Simpson versus Pine. He fouled back the pitch that he saw from Jared there, 0-1.
Long run for the ball boy. He's going to be tired after that one.
Yeah, they should implement another cage over here on our side so he doesn't have to run all the way over there. No balls and a strike to Pine from Simpson. That goes to the backstop, 1-1.
There's a couple of those balls where just almost Jared tries to ease off on it and just doesn't release it.
Guiding it, not throwing it.
Exactly. I want to see Jared have that confidence and that toughness just to let it rip.
Operating only out of the stretch. Here comes the 1-1. High ball 2. Simpson did not pitch against Indiana in the regular season.
Well, the starting pitching was so good for Iowa.
Yep. The 2-1, swing and a miss. Pine was reaching for that, 2-2.
Yeah, you had Brody Breck and Jacob Henderson in the first game, and you had Marcus Morgan and Zach Volker in the second game. Had a bigger combination in game 3, but
the 2-2 hit on the ground to first. Takes a funny hop on DeRiggi, but Brennan's got it. He'll tap the bag with his left foot, 1 down.
Good piece of hitting there from Pine, really. A fastball up and away. I mean, I guess your best choice was to take that pitch, but once you're committed to swinging it, did a good job of getting bat on it and hit it relatively hard and put it in play and make yourself not an easy out as the ball took a hop on DeRiggi, but he stayed with it, beat Pine to the bag.
And the first out, big deal for Simpson and the Iowa Hawkeyes now in the bottom of the 6th, trailing Indiana 3-1. Here's Jesse, left-handed hitter. Ripped it foul over their own dugout to the left side. Jesse has been hit by a pitch today. That came in the second. He grounded out to lead off the 4th. 0-1 pitch from Simpson, fouled back again, 0-2.
You and I were talking about it before the game. As good as Iowa's pitching staff is, a low-scoring pitching duel doesn't tend to favor the Hawkeyes. So
it has not this season. Here's the 0-2 from Jared. Hit him in the hand. He turned into that, though, like he was going to swing at it and got hit by the pitch.
So what's he been hitting, the foot and the hand now?
Very unfortunate break there for the Hawks. But he didn't commit to it enough to have it be called a strike or a committed swing, but he certainly didn't get out of the way of it. He started his swing, brought his hands over the plate, got hit by the pitch.
Now you're showing your Hawkeye colors. That ball was not over the plate.
No, I'm saying his hands. Okay, his hands got moving.
His bat might have been out there. All right, let's see the replay. Yeah, it got him before that.
Here's Cerny.
I'm not always the voice of reason, but I'll help you with this one.
Yeah. Just unfortunate, I think, because I don't think it was that far inside and high. I'm not saying there was any, like him trying to get hit by that, but
no.
And most people, when they're about to get hit by a pitch, they get out of the way, and he was going to try to swing at that one. He got hit before he could commit to it.
Yeah, he was green, just outside there, 2-0. Yeah, he was green, and never got a chance to turn it red.
Right. Cerny's the 8 hitter for Indiana. He's got a base hit today. Got a good count here, 2-0 with 1 out. Iowa's got the shift on him, left side of the bag at second. 3 infielders over there. 2-0, high ball 3. Hawkeyes have Christofferson getting loose in the bullpen down to the right.
Need Jerry to battle back now.
Yeah, with the top of the order looming, you don't want anybody really on base for them. 3-0 from Jared. High and out, ball 4. Couple free bases. I'm going to have to check the stats. Free bases are killing us today.
Well, and like we talked about with Brody, it's they kill you because they're killing you in spurts. You know, it's not, oh, hey, we walked a guy this inning, and oh, we walked a guy the next inning. It's, okay, we're ahead 0-2, 1-2, whatever the count was there, and then we hit him, and then we 4-pitch walk a guy. You got to now lock back in mentally and get this done.
Bottom of the order was Ceruto. Could really use a ground ball here, but not going to see it. First pitch strike. Ceruto had squared to bunt. He pulled it back.
Had a good bunt back in the second inning. Actually made good contact and lined out to Frazier in the fourth.
270 hitter. 0-1 from Jared. Fouled back, 0-2. And this is where, John, you like to come in and say finish the deal here with Simpson this season. When he gets to 2 strikes, don't throw anything too good. He's thrown some really good pitches to hitters that they've taken advantage of. So be around the zone here on this first one. Nothing too good here, Jared. The 0-2. Ground ball right back to Simpson. He'll throw it to second base for 1, and no throw to first. They can only get the middleman there. That was an awkward play from the start.
Well, he threw a changeup to Seegers, and actually kind of lucky to get Cerny as he was hustling down there. Simpson gets caught on top of the mound and just didn't really give him a throw to get the out.
I'm not sure if we had to play at third either, and that's a tough throw for Jared, isn't it, the way he fielded it?
You're almost never going to look that way.
Right.
I mean, your cue as an infielder, as a pitcher, is you're going to try to turn 2. You're just not looking at third in that situation.
Coach Heller's out of the dugout, going to get Jared Simpson. It would be a lefty-on-lefty matchup, but going to go to the bullpen here with Glasser coming to the box. Runners at first and third for Indiana with 2 outs in the 6th. Hoosiers lead at 3-1. The bullpen door is opening up. Still talking to Simpson out there for now, but Christopherson is on his way in. All right, we'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Bottom of the 6th inning in Omaha. Indiana 3, Iowa 1. The Hawkeyes going to the bullpen will bring in Will Christopherson.
Oh, I got distracted. That's my fault. Christo, 3-1 on the season. He's got a save. 3.80 ERA in 24 appearances, 23 2/3, 14 hits, 11 runs. 10 of those were earned, 12 walks, and a super impressive 47 strikeouts. Opponents just hitting 163 against Christo. And just a giant spot here, as you want to keep the deficit at 2.
Yeah, a little earlier in the game than we're used to seeing Christopherson, right? But that just goes to the magnitude of this point of the game.
Well, and you know, we heard him talk about it a little bit this morning at breakfast. Was if you're going to bring your closer into the game, or you want to make sure that the guy that you say, hey, you're our highest leverage guy to get an out. If you don't get out of the 6th inning, you may not need him in the 8th inning.
Mm-hmm.
So you bring him in now because you trust Luke Llewellyn later on, and you trust You trust Chaz Wheatley and some other arms out there if you need an out or two or an inning or whatever you need, but you got to get there. And, as we started to talk about earlier, there's a magic number for that the Hawkeyes need to score for runs, and one isn't it.
Right.
And so they're going to need to get going, but they're going to need to make sure that Indiana stays at 3 here.
Runners at the corners with 2 outs. Here's the top of the order in Glasser. Christofferson's first pitch is high for a ball. Glasser's walked twice today. Strikeout in between those walks, though.
So you're talking about alternating then. So this is a strikeout.
You would think so. Well, you would hope so. I can't think about that, but you can hope that in the world of patterns that's what Glasser's due for. Almost there now with a 1-1 count after a swing and a miss.
I'm in finance. I love patterns.
Yes, patterns are good. Here's the 1-1. Outside corner, 1-2. Christofferson, another pitcher for the Hawkeyes that did not throw against Indiana in the regular season. For what that's worth.
So they haven't seen the
Haven't
slider.
seen him. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch from Christofferson. Line drive up the middle, base hit. 4-1. Threw it right down the middle.
Tried to throw the fastball by him. Tried to throw the speedball by him and did not make him look like a fool. He stayed right on it. Didn't really hit it that hard. He didn't barrel it up, but it's a perfect spot to hit it.
I don't understand that. Will's pitch, his best pitch is the slider. And he threw a fastball down the middle with 2 strikes.
Well, that's why, I don't mind the fastball. And I'm sure Will wasn't trying to center it, so that's not really the part of it. But now buckle down and get an out here.
Whalen is the batter. It's 4-1 Indiana. He fouled one off the end of the bat to start things now in the 6th.
Glasser is a low strikeout guy and shows why there as he just stuck to the at-bat.
This one shot foul to the right side. It'll find the seats in the second deck. 0-2 now. Iowa and Indiana tied in the hit department, but the Hoosiers with the 3-run lead in the 6th. Christofferson looking in for the sign. He's got it, operating from the third base side of the rubber. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, swing and a miss. Christofferson got him there, and that'll do it for the 6th, but Indiana gets 1 more. It's 4-1, 7th inning coming up. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
An easy pill to swallow? Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Top of the 7th inning in the Big Ten tournament in Omaha. Indiana leading Iowa 4-1. And the Hoosiers will finally go to the bullpen with Sennard coming out of the game. They'll go with their redshirt senior right-hander, Craig Yoho.
4-1 on the season in 16 appearances. He has a save. He'll probably be looking for another one. 2.62 ERA, 34 1/3 innings, 29 hits, 11 runs, just 10 earned. Decent control, 16 walks, but 59 strikeouts. His opponent's hitting him at 225 is all. He's going to throw a fastball that gets up there in the low 90s, might even sneak up to the mid 90s, and then just a big breaking ball coming off that. Just a big, huge sweeping breaking ball. So the Hawks will have to try to see that. He doesn't really tend to throw the breaking ball for strikes. So again, one of those things you're going to try to identify as quick as you can because you don't want to chase. Iowa did a good job with Senard, not really expanding the zone very often. Going to have to continue that on Yoho.
The winner of today's game gets tomorrow off. They'll play Saturday at 9 a.m. The loser plays Michigan tomorrow at 2 p.m. In an elimination game, Iowa's got work to do to avoid that contest tomorrow. It's 4-1 Indiana in the 7th.
When Iowa gets to the magic number now, they're 3-12 in games where they score 5 runs or less. They're going to have to score 5 runs to come out ahead on this one.
First pitch strike to Sam Peterson, leading things off.
And actually haven't won a game where they scored less than 5 runs.
So 5 is the number. 0-1 to Petey. That's on the outside corner. 0-2. Iowa 0-11 when scoring less than 5. And we've got less than 5 right now. So one of those things has to change. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Peterson. Took it high, ball 1. Sam's been on twice today. He walked in the first, singled in the 5th, struck out in between. Here's the 1-2. That's way outside, ball 2.
Yoho's got a little bit of a slinging delivery there as he kind of throws it. I guess you call it maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock off to the side and just slings it over.
Peterson hits it on the ground to third. Backhand stop by Pine. Throw across. Peterson's out at first base. By about a quarter of a step. It's close, but certainly out at first.
That was a good play by Pine there as he took the chopper. Not an easy play to make that backhand.
Yeah, any type of trouble getting it out of the glove, in the air a little bit longer, doesn't pick it cleanly, and Petey's safe with his speed, but it's going Indiana's way today. They're up 4-1 in the 7th. Here's DeRiggi. Brennan 1 for 3 today. First pitch to him on the inside portion of the plate, I thought, but too far inside that time, ball 1.
Good fastball from Yoho, just missed inside. See if Brennan can get the rally started.
Below the knees there, 2-0.
Yeah, Hawks have just scattered around the 5 hits.
Yeah, how often do you see that? It's 3-0 here for DeRiggi, though. Times where the Hawks have had 5 hits in an inning. 3-0 outside corner, called a strike, 3-1.
Good pitch right on the outer edge there. Wasn't as stretched and generous as one of the other ones have been.
The 3-1 pitch from Yoho to DeRiggi, outside that time, ball 4.
That's a heck of a take there from DeRiggi as he had started he was green, and jammed on the brakes, and that ball just missed high.
All right, well, they have a runner on.
That hasn't been the problem.
No, it has not. Plenty of traffic, yep.
Yeah, traffic creation has not been the issue for the Hawks.
Too many red lights before getting through the intersection. Down 4-1 in the 7th. Raider Tello in the box. First pitch low and in to him. Yoho struggling to find the strike zone. And
you see the issue, Jared Simpson's line, 1 inning pitch, no hits, 1 run. It was earned in a walk and a hit batter.
Tello will watch that floater go by for a strike on the outside portion of the plate. It's 1-1.
High breaking ball. Probably not a great reason to go swinging at that one.
Right.
If you want to drive it to right center, maybe.
The 1-1. Swing and a foul to the Indiana on deck circle to the left. 1-2. It's got more of, I think, horizontal movement. It's more of that frisbee style off-speed breaking ball that you see. It's got plenty of vertical break for sure, but when he throws it outside, it's tough to hit. 1-2 to Tello. Pickoff move to first.
Well, I think that's the part that makes it difficult to hit. Is it's It's not a 12-6 breaking ball. It's not a 9-3. It's kind of that diagonal angle, which really makes it hard to barrel up.
The 1-2. Ground ball up the middle, gloved by the shortstop. He'll flip to second and safe at second base. All right, close play. Brennan safe at second.
Hawks catch a break there as that was not well hit. As a really good breaking ball from Yoho, down and away. Tello stayed with it, just kind of poked it. Great hustle from DeRiggi, got a good jump. Because again, just like the backhand play that Pine made, any hesitation and that play is not made. If DeRiggi doesn't get that jump, he's going to be out because he just aces in there.
Again, Iowa with traffic, an opportunity in the 7th. Here's Sam Honar. First pitch, low, ball 1. And the crowd, again, behind this Hawkeye team. They sense it. We'll have time call in the meeting of the mind at the mound.
Sam Honar, hit a ball to one of your friends in the Iowa bullpen.
That'd be great. They're sitting under that awning out there, just waiting to let loose. How about that to fire you up, Hawkeye Nation? The Let's Go Hawks chant is broken out. Mound visit concluding for Indiana.
Hawks have been able to do this part. They've been able to get the guys out there, been able to even get them out there at times with less than 2 out. Haven't been able to get them really to third that frequently.
They've got the ingredients in the pan. The cake is in the oven, but we got to bake it the right way. The pitch to Honar, low and in, ball 2.
Great hold there from Honar. Took the fastball down and in. Sam's a little bit
chase.
Yeah, Sam's a little bit like Tello. He's got spots he likes.
Oh, he chased it. It was low, maybe a strike, but if you hit that one, it's probably a ground ball in double trouble. It's 2-1. We'll live to fight another day. I'm okay.
But that's where you got to look at. You got to know your scouting report. When he gets behind, he's going to come with a spin.
Outside strike call for Honar there, 2-2. That was about a quarter of the ball on the edge outside away from Sam. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Yoho has evened the count. Find a way here, Sam. 0 for 3 today. Yoho towing the rubber. Here's the 2-2. Not quite yet. They'll throw it to second behind DeRiggi.
Pitch clock was down to 2. I'm not sure he was really had all of his ducks in a row, so makes the pickoff move to reset the clock.
Honar waving his bat through the zone. Now he shoulders it. Here comes the 2-2. Line drive, base hit into right, into the corner. DeRiggi will score. Tello's headed for third. Honar brings us closer with the RBI single.
Sammy Honar rips it 107 off the bat, gets the high fastball, drives it out into right field. Hawks are 1 run closer, and all of a sudden you finally get that big hit. And you never know, that could be just the pop the top and let everybody go.
Honar makes it 4-2 Indiana in the 7th. Runners at the corners for the black and gold. Here's Michael Seegers, the vet, in the box. Time called for Indiana. They might be making a move here. They had a mound visit without their coach. Yes, this will be a call to the bullpen. Yoho's day is done. Runners at the corners for the Hawkeyes, and you feel a little bit of shift of the energy here at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. We'll take a pitching change break. It's Indiana 4, Iowa 2 in the 7th. Runners at the corners with 1 out. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball, Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
Top of the 7th inning in Omaha. Iowa trying to get back into this one. The Hoosiers lead it 4-2. Indiana having to make a pitching change. Again, this time they'll go with the freshman righty Connor Foley.
3-1 on the season with 3 saves, 18 appearances, a 3.91 ERA, 25 and a third innings, 14 hits is all. 11 runs have all been earned. 19 walks though, so some control issues. 40 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 163 against him, but he throws smoke, 92 to 95, and almost exclusively. He's going to throw that all the time. He's got a slider, but you're just almost not going to see it. You're going to see fastball, 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 fastball,
and another one.
Fastball.
Yes.
I've determined there is in the pitching change, I may not be cut out for playoff baseball. I'm a little wired right now.
You know what? Is that me rubbing off on you a little bit? Because I've been wired since my eyes opened this morning at 6 o'clock.
You've been very pessimistic as the game's gone on here. I tried to pick you up there. I'm not nervous that way. I'm just.
We're ready to.
Well, again, I think
let it loose.
I think it goes again to the whatever we're at here, 54 games, 55 games, whatever the Hawkeye record is here, and however many times we've been around them. I mean, they're such a good group to be around. They're so much fun. What the coaching staff does for us.
Yeah.
What the players do for us and with us.
Yeah.
They're so easy to root for, and so
that's the thing that not everybody understands about this job that we have. As Seegers is in the box, first pitch to Michael is high, ball 1. But when you build relationships with the players and the coaches and the family, you pull even harder for these guys to win. And so it makes us sound like fans, and maybe we are a little bit. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't think there's a maybe to that.
You're speaking for both of us on
right,
that one.
I'm 100% on both of us. I mean, it's, obviously I root for every Hawkeye team to win. That's pretty easy to figure out. Yeah. But to your point, we've spent so much time with the family and friends and coaches. And
1-0 pitch to Michael. Seegers is high at eye level, 2-0. Let's set the scene here. 2 balls, no strikes to the Hawkeyes shortstop with 1 out. Runners at the corners, top 7. Indiana 4-2 right now.
Pick a tunnel, Michael. It's got to be right there,
yes,
or you're not swinging the bat, pal.
Here's the 2-0. Inside half of the plate, 2-1.
Good fastball, 93 miles an hour, but at 2-0, down 4-2 in the 7th inning. 2 runners on, you're taking that pitch. You're going to get another fastball. That's the thing with him. He's different than Sennard, who now's got the whole toolbox.
Honar, the runner at first. Tello over there at third.
Foley's going to come back with another fastball. So pick your spot, make him. Coach Sutherland called it shoebox it. Make him throw it in that very specific spot.
Honar takes off. The pitch is high. Throw down to second base is not in time. Tello will go back to third base. That's okay. That's all right. I think many fans or people out there will think that, well, Tello should have taken off. But no, I think this is the right play to keep him there at third. 2 in scoring position now for Michael Seegers, and a 3-1 count with 1 out.
Stolen base number 11 for Sam Honar. Siegs in position now to do the game-tying damage.
The 3-1 inside corner, 3-2.
Really good fastball there. Pick your shoebox, pick your tunnel, pick your lane, pick whatever you want to call it. See it in it, Michael, and drive it.
Foley comes set, pitch fouled back to the screen. Good hang from Michael.
That was up and in. I mean, not like excessively, just up and inside in the strike zone. Seegers able to elevate up, get a piece of it.
Foley looks in for the sign. Nods his head. Now he comes set. The 3-2 to Seegers. Fouled back again. Heads up back here. We'll do it again. Runners at second and third for the Hawkeyes in the 7th. Into the Indiana bullpen. Down 4-2 to the Hoosiers.
That one was 95.
Foley has to step off, reset that clock.
I don't know how many timeouts you get. That's the whole point of the pitch clock, right?
You can just constantly do it if you want, I guess. All right, here we go again at the 3-2. Low, ball 4. That was in the dirt. Good block by Ceruto, but the bases loaded once again for the Hawkeyes, this time for Kyle Huckstorf.
Last year, Kyle had himself a Big Ten tournament. This would be a good time to completely introduce yourself to the Big Ten tournament.
I'd be all right with that. I think this is no better time. We'll have time called for Indiana. One of the messages for the Hawkeyes this year has been, hey, we had a great start, the best start in program history. How about the best finish? Well, one of the guys that was in charge of the best start was Kyle Huckstorf, who back all the way in February hit a walk-off grand slam in our first game of the season to beat Indiana State. Doesn't that feel like forever ago?
I wasn't there.
I know you had me do it all by myself, John. The equipment died on me.
You had the best home run call that nobody heard.
Nobody. I wouldn't mind a do-over, John Evans.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking.
I don't know if the wind will allow it today, but I don't want to get greedy either.
I would take a line single to Taylor in right field.
The Hawks had the bases loaded in the first inning with nobody out. Just like Michigan did on Tuesday, they had the bases loaded with nobody out, and we got out of it. Indiana was able to get out of it today and then took the early lead. Iowa's been trying to battle back ever since. Hawks down 4-2, top 7 here in Omaha. Big-time game at the tournament. Huckstorf in the box against Foley. Bases loaded, 1 out. Blake Guerin in the dugout turns around and prompts the Iowa fans to cheer loudly. First pitch to Huck. Base hit to left. Into the corner, 2. Tello scores. Here comes Honar. They're sending Seegers. He'll score 2. It's a bases clearing double. Kyle Huckstorf. Yeah!
I got nothing. I can't spit out words that aren't going to just come out gibberish. Kyle Huckstorf sat on the first pitch fastball after the mound visit. 94 miles an hour. Down and in. 103 leaving. Finally burnt the left fielder. Hucks lead 5-4 here in the top of the 7th inning.
How about that for Huckstorf? Iowa 5-4. Huck at second. And here's Braden Frazier. Iowa up by 1. They got to the Indiana bullpen.
You're not done.
Not done.
Keep adding.
First pitch to Frazier. Fouled back towards us, John. Heads up, just below us.
Oh, man, I thought Frazier.
We would have caught that.
Frazier was finally going to give me the souvenir that I deserved. Just 1 out in the inning here. Another runner in scoring position. You just can't be done. Keep piling on.
Foley ready with the 0-1. Here it comes to Frazier. Runner takes off, pitches high. No throw to third. Huckstorf gets there.
Pine was not even ready. He was paying no attention at third base at all. Ceruto came up ready to throw. Pine was looking completely elsewhere. Looks at his shortstop and blames, hey, help me out.
Infield will come in now for Indiana. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out for Frazier. The pitch from Foley. Inside ball 2.
Stolen base 14 for Huckstorf. Fly ball, Frazier.
Yep, move that runner somehow.
Ground ball through the infield.
The 2-1, Frazier ground ball to short. Huckstorf's going to try to score. Throw home is in time. Got him. He tried to get around the tag and could not do it. Huckstorf out at home. Frazier at first base.
Huck didn't get a great jump there. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but really wasn't didn't get going on contact, I guess is what we'll go with there.
2 outs in the inning now. with Cade Moss coming to the plate.
Cerruto unhappy about something. I tried to see the replay too. Couldn't see what happened.
Iowa 5-4. Here's Moss. First pitch to Cade. Ground ball up the middle. Backhanded by the second baseman. And Cerny will touch the bag at second. But Iowa takes the lead in the 7th. 4 runs come to the plate. Led by Kyle Huckstorf's bases clearing double into left. Iowa 5, Indiana 4. Let's stretch things out in Omaha. We're back for the bottom of the 7th. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV? What? No way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Iowa 5, Indiana 4. Bottom of the 7th coming up in just a minute, but let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, the Hawkeyes pitching with the lead for the first time today. It's 5-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Indiana coming to the plate with 3-4-5. Taylor, Tibbetts, Matheson, Will Christopherson, the pitcher for the Hawkeyes. He closed things down in the 6th. Look to get that shutdown inning in the 7th.
I can't feel my face, John.
Heavy breathing is my thing here. My heart rate is going nuts. But we need to move on to the bottom half of the inning here with Christopherson against Taylor. First pitch from Will on the outside corner, strike one.
Well, and Christo has to do it. I saw some of the warm-up pitches. You know, they were a little bit of everywhere. He needs to do a good job now of controlling his breathing and control his emotions.
Deep breath from Christopherson right there as Taylor shoots it back to the screen. A foul ball, 0-2.
That ball ricocheted all the way back down. About took out a Nebraska fan in the front row.
Yeah, they got those dressed in red. We're outnumbered by a lot of red teams here this weekend, aren't we? Here's a ground ball up the middle. Tello is playing behind the bag at second. He'll backhand it, throw to first. Got him.
And that was a 2-strike shift right there. Tello just moved into that position. That's a ground ball base hit one swing ago. But instead, Tello moves into that spot, picks it up. And Hawks have one down here in the 7th inning.
Christopherson against Tibbetts now. Tibbetts is having a good day for Indiana. He's 1 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. Hit that double in the first. Righty on righty matchup. Swinging a foul tip back to the screen.
Keep getting it done here. Keep pounding the strike zone. Pound the edges of the strike zone. See if Indiana will expand and press a little bit.
Just outside on that one, 1-1. I'd slider these guys to death, wouldn't you?
At this point, yeah, I'd be. If I'm Christo, I'm throwing frisbees up there, and I'm throwing just enough fastballs to keep my feel for the frisbee.
Deep breath from Will. The 1-1 is in there for a strike. Got the call there, 1-2.
Okay, to be fair, we'd be throwing a holy fit if
yes.
that ball is a ball up, but gets the call. So
1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch from Christopherson. Swing and a miss. Got him fishing. Hook, line, sinker. 2 down.
Very nicely done from Christo. As again, at 1-2, you're ahead. There's no reason to catch a big piece of the strike zone, and he didn't come anywhere near it there on the breaking ball.
That started outside and stayed out there, didn't it?
Yeah, it was basically out on the outer third of the plate to start and then just wiffle balled its way off there.
See Matheson now, he swings at the first pitch and fouled it back. 2 down in the inning, bases empty for the Hoosiers. Iowa 5-4, bottom 7.
And again, one of those things, do you start seeing Indiana press in their at-bats a little bit? You know, they've been able to choices. Now all of a sudden somebody's going to try to be a hero.
Here's the 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2.
Cristo gave him the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Slightly down and in, but a lot of the middle. Now I wouldn't mind seeing the backdoor slider. Don't really want to back foot him. Don't risk hitting him.
Oh, yeah. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch from Christopherson. Swing and a miss. He got him. There's the shutdown inning. Nothing doing for the Hoosiers. A couple of strikeouts for Willie C. And we'll go to the 8th.
Not even a sniff. What a great shutdown inning there. Might have bought yourself another inning if you're Will Christopherson. Great job. Hawks lead 5-4, headed to the 8th.
Top of the order coming up for Iowa. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Top of the 8th inning, Iowa 5, Indiana 4. Top of the order coming up for the Hawks. Ben Wilmus facing off against Connor Foley, who's back out for another inning of work.
Fastball, Ben.
Yep, fastball is probably coming. That's the scouting report. Righty on righty matchup. First one to Wilmus, check swing. It's a called strike, doesn't matter. Wilmus, the only Hawkeye to not get a plate appearance in the 7th. So he's seeing Foley for the first time. 0-1 pitch. Went off speed there and missed with it, 1-1.
Well, and that's why you don't have to worry about it.
Doesn't throw for a strike,
Doesn't throw it for a strike. So you sit there, sit on time, sit on the fastball, and seeing it for the first time, Ben's ready to roll.
The 1-1. Wilmus squared to bunt, pulled it back. Good decision from Ben. It's a ball.
Threw a breaking ball again. Foley breaking all kinds of trends, which I guess if I got hit in the last inning, I might try something a little different. But see if Ben can get it started.
This one hit foul to the right side. It'll find the third deck, ricochet off, and wind up in somebody's beverage. Holy smokes, John, I wish you could have seen that. The young man in the front row of the third deck, they need to change his shirt there. It's all wet. Here comes the 2-2 to Wilmus. Way up and in. Whoa, watch that. Full count.
95, saying hi. I mean, if I'm ever going to throw a breaking ball and I'm going to try to throw it out of the zone, it's 90. If after I throw 95 and stand a guy up, I'm going to throw 82 off the plate.
Low and outside, ball 4. Benny Wilmus draws the walk.
Again, that's one of those. It's been close to a strike, but when you change the umpire's vision so far, and we see that with some of the Hawkeye pitchers. You put that low and outside. Good job from Ceruto to post it up, but it's low and away. Not going to get that call when you're flashing out almost probably, 3-4 feet?
Yeah.
I forgot my algebra to get up to figure out that triangle, but.
Here's Peterson. Ooh, quick move over to first. Almost threw it over Tibbetts' head there at first base. He had to leap up to catch it.
Foley's not terribly fast to the plate. Hawks will certainly be looking to find a way to add to the lead.
Righty on righty matchup again. There's one outside to Peterson to start things off. A lot of pitches out of the zone from Foley. He's trying to dot that fastball.
And that's a great take there. You know, we talked about it a lot with Senard, but it applies here. Make him come in the zone.
Wilmus will hang around the bag at first.
Especially with a guy that's struggling. No need to expand the strike zone. If it happens to get called a strike, fine. You've got another pitch after.
1-0 to Peterson. Squared to bunt. Popped it up to the first baseman. It's caught by Tibbetts. Coach Heller kind of looks towards home plate with his palms to the sky. I don't know if there was a sign there for Peterson to do that. And you take the bat out of Petey's hands.
I'm not. I love Petey, and I'm not sure I can sugarcoat that. That's one of the worst bunts I've seen.
Well, yeah, and he's such a good hitter. Let it rip. Here's DeRiggi. Off speed, low and in.
It's all right. We're gonna.
We'll pick him up. We'll pick him up.
This is the 1/9 thing. You heard Braden Frazier in his post-game interview talk about, hey, if somebody doesn't get it done, the next guy steps up and does it. It's Brendan DeRiggi's turn.
Wilmus still hanging out over there at first base. Iowa 5-4, top 8. Hawks with 8 hits now, and they got to that magic number of 5. Got to try to finish the deal here. Let's add to it. 1-0 pitch to DeRiggi. Swing and a foul off the end of the bat. Out in front of that one.
Yeah, Hawks are still just 3-8 when they score 3 to 5 runs, but all of a sudden they get to 17-1 when they score 6 to 9.
Okay, so that's the next objective then.
Let's get to 6. It makes life a little bit easier statistically.
1-1 to DeRiggi, way high and out, ball 2. Indiana's got a couple of folks down there in their bullpen beyond the left field wall.
We've seen the two best. I mean, these were the two guys with Kraft out. These are the two guys they turn to.
Yep. The 2-1, outside ball 3.
I'm not saying the other guys can't get outs, but these are the guys that were in the Hawkeye scouting report. You kind of knew you were going to see him. Reisdorf pitched Tuesday. And actually, I don't think he threw a ton. You could see him.
Here's a 3-1 to DeRiggi. That's a strike. Low inside corner. All right, 3-2. They can come into you there. That's fine.
Friendly zone there. See if Wilmus gets on the move here. Just 1 out, but the 3-2 pitch. Trust DeRiggi to put it in play.
Foley is set. And they'll check on Wilmus. Another high throw to first. No tag applied. Ben will get back. DeRiggi is so due. He does have 1 hit today.
Love for him to find the barrel of the bat.
There goes Wilmus. The 3-2 is inside.
Actually hit him.
Oh, and catch a break there, Indiana does, because that got to the backstop, I guess off the ricochet off of DeRiggi. That's why the catcher didn't grab it.
Yep. And why he made no effort to go chase it.
Okay, so runners at first and second now for Iowa. Top 8, up 5-4. Here's Raider Tello. We'll have time called. Looks like a call to the bullpen coming for the Hoosiers. Yes, they are making a change in the 8th. And Raider Tello will see a new Indiana pitcher. Hawks got a couple there on the base paths. DeRiggi at first, Wilmus at second. We'll take a break. Iowa 5, Indiana 4 with 1 out in the 8th. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
New pitcher into the game for Indiana in the top of the 8th with Iowa leading 5-4. They'll go with the sophomore. He's a hometown kid for the Hoosiers from Bloomington, right-hander Luke Hayden.
Hayden is 2-0 on the season, 12 appearances. He has 2 starts. He has a save, 8.38 ERA though, 19 1/3 innings, 26 hits allowed, 18 runs have all been earned, 13 walks, so also struggles with control. Does have 18 strikeouts, but opponents hitting .347 against him. Another live fastball, 90-94. He's got a decent slider off that. He's going to, unlike Foley, who you pretty much knew was going to be the fastball, Hayden's a little bit more of a coin flip. You could see either one. If he gets ahead of you with the slider early, then he probably is going to come back and try to dunk you with the fastball.
So a little bit more variety.
A little, yeah, the 2-pitch variety, but again, he tends to work slider early and bounce back then with the fastball afterwards to try to finish you up. But the same thing, you see from the walk totals, show some discipline, make him come into the zone and be around the plate, and good things can happen.
Well, he's hittable with that batting average against, right? I mean, you said three mid 300s. So teams can hit this guy. We did not see him in the regular season in Bloomington. They went through a number of pitchers on the Friday night game, but this wasn't one of them. And then didn't see him on Saturday or Sunday either.
Yes.
So we've got some of the best scouts, in our coaching staff that come up with these great scouting reports. I trust our guys here to give the Hawks a good plan in the box. Raider Tello, he'll come to the plate. Chatted with his dad yesterday, who's in town and ready to roll.
We got a picture.
Yes, we got a selfie with him.
You knew of all the time when we walked back over to the ballpark of anybody that we were going to run into, it was going to have to be him.
Yeah. Tello will watch the first one be a strike on the inside corner.
It's a good slider up and in there.
Runners at first and second for Iowa. Top 8. Hawks lead at 5-4. 1 out in the inning. Hayden is ready. Check on the runner at second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside, away from Raider. Ball 1.
There's 93, just barely misses away. Tello was a big part of the rally last inning.
Waves the bat high above his shoulder, ready for the 1-1 from Hayden. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Good, healthy cut from the Hawkeye third baseman. Just missed it.
Missed the slider up and just center of the plate. So now, again, if you're following the scouting report, he's got to be looking fastball here. Fight off the slider.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Couldn't fight off the sliders. That was a really good one again. Went right back to it. And it'll be up to Sam Honar to try to keep the inning going for the Hawks.
Honar to the box, left-handed hitter. Runners at first and second. Some speed out there with Wilmus at second base. Derigi over here at first. Honar had the RBI single in the 7th that brought us closer before Huckstorf brought everybody home with his 3 RBI double. So Honar played a big factor.
What do you think about Honar bouncing one out to Dr. Pepper out there?
That'd be great. Fastball outside, ball 1. That Dr. Pepper sign John's referring to is slapped on the left center wall. He got a hold of one out there.
I'm not suggesting he has to hit it over. I'd just like roll one right out to it.
It'd be extra bases, no doubt.
Heavy wind blowing now. Mostly in, almost straight into the Iowa dugout, basically. You can every once in a while hear it whip on our microphone.
Yeah.
So, as best place Honar's got to hit a home run is just to hook one into the Iowa dugout. But, like I said, I'd take a single anywhere.
1-0 pitch to Honar. Ground ball right side, and that's a foul ball. Foul ball picked up by Tibbetts at first.
Catch a break there. Honar went chasing the ball out, well, down low, I guess. Fastball down low, and it's just pulled it foul.
It's pretty interesting, John. You look down in that bullpen, and you'd expect to see Luke Llewellyn, but I'm actually seeing Jack Whitlock up and throwing a little bit.
Jack for an inning, or
1-1 just outside, maybe a bit low. Ball 2.
Boy, that was close.
That was very close.
Might even have been a strike.
It could have been. It was not. 2-1. Not called a strike, at least.
So says Rick Allen.
2 balls and a strike with 2 outs. 2 on for Iowa, up by 1 in the 8th. The pitch to Honar, line drive into left. Left fielder backpedaling a bit, and he'll catch it for the 3rd out. Okay, so a little bit of traffic for Iowa in the 8th inning, but no runs come across, holding the 1-run lead. Bottom of the 8th coming up. It's 6-7-8 for the Hoosiers. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Omaha. Iowa holding on to the 5-4 lead over Indiana. They'll have Pine, Jesse, and Cerny due up to face off against Will Christofferson, who will start the 8th inning.
It stakes a holiday weekend in Omaha, because you at least get to stay through Saturday night if you win this game.
We've created a lot of pressure, maybe I have, on the importance of this game. Everybody knows it, but the players and coaches talking about it doesn't do them any favors. But, man, you win this game, you only have to win 2 more to take the title and play in 3 max, where if you lose it, you have to win 4 games to win the title. So it's Christofferson against Pine, righty on righty. First pitch, strike at the knees.
Christo's just sitting. That's pitch number 18. So, you know, had a good clean inning last inning, so he's not really overtaxed here. Just want to see him come in, keep throwing darts.
Ooh, threw that one high and close to Pine's head. He was able to.
Probably a good thing Pine didn't want to take it off the top of the helmet.
Yep, I think he ducked it just a touch. A ball and a strike. Christofferson out of the stretch. Here's the 1-1. Inside. Did that hit him? No, it just nicked off of Moss's glove. Thank goodness. Will's got to settle in here. He's missed badly on the last 2.
Yeah, after throwing a really good first pitch, the last 2 pitches just haven't even been close. Pine's sitting out over the plate a little bit. Want to see Will buckle in here.
The 2-1. Outside corner? No, just outside. Ball 3.
It was outside, and then the problem becomes, again, we talked about it in the last inning, when you start missing wildly, you're really not going to catch any breaks from the umpire.
Well, first pitch strike and then 3 out of the zone in a row from Christofferson. Let's see if he can get back in it here. The 3-1. There it is, 3-2. Well, big pitch here. The later you get, the more damaging it can be to put that leadoff guy on, especially in a tight game like this one. It's 5-4 Iowa, bottom 8.
Indiana 3 for 7, getting the leadoff guy on base.
3-2, fouled back to the top of the net. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really a pretty decent number. Love to see that be 3 for 8 after this at bat.
Pine is 0 for 3 today, including a strikeout. Christofferson is ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him, chasing it.
Yeah, I was waiting for the hook, line, and sinker part 2, as he went well outside of the strike zone there. Christo throws a beauty, looks good for just a minute, just a split second, and Pine goes outside the zone for the first out.
3 strikeouts in a row for Christofferson. He'll see a lefty now in Hunter Jesse, who's been hit by a couple of pitches today.
Say the Hawks have used Jesse as target practice.
First pitch, strike from Christofferson.
Hit him in tough spots, too. The hand and the foot.
Right.
Nothing easy.
He's scored a couple of runs, so each time we've hit him, he's scored. 0-1 is the count here. Christofferson throws it low and in near the shins. That's ball 1.
Yeah, we got him out in the 4th on a ground ball to Tello, and that's the only time he hasn't scored a run for Indiana.
Got half of their production. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch from Christopherson, high and out, ball 2. Will knew it right away, didn't he? Threw that one and then turned his head right away out of frustration.
You know, when Brody works quickly, it works well. When Will works quickly, it gets out of rhythm pretty quick. His rhythm's a little bit slower, deeper breaths, find that spot.
2-1 delivery is shot foul over towards Tello. That was just a spinner popped up. And like you mentioned right there, John, Will took his time. He took that extra deep breath and was able to throw a strike. It's 2-2.
And was able to do a much better job there of attacking the strike zone, coming back and getting it. Put himself now in a good spot where he can try to record the out on Jesse.
The pitch. Tapped foul, left side. 2-2. We'll do it again.
Really good piece of hitting there from Jesse. That ball had him fooled, but he sat there and just like he tracked it the whole way and realized, oh no, that's going to stay in the zone, and just dropped to the barrel on it and flipped it toward his dugout.
Yeah, he committed very late to that, didn't he? We'll do it again at 2-2. Christopherson approves of the sign from Moss. Feels it, deals it, swing and a miss. Out he goes. 2 down.
Went right back to it. I kind of thought maybe he'd show him the fastball just for a little bit of flair to get him off of it, but dropped it down below the zone instead. And now he's got to try to get Cerny here. Finish up the 8th inning.
Christopherson retiring 6 in a row. Will's got 5 strikeouts, 4 in a row. First pitch just below the letters, but called high. It's a ball.
Just up and out, just a little bit.
Cerny's been on a couple times today. Decent hitter for Indiana in the 8th spot. 1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. Cerny is a freshman.
He's got good pop too in that. You know, he's down in the 8th spot, but does have 10 home runs. So strikes out a lot though. So a guy he can go get.
This one lifted in the air, down the line in right, hooking, and will go foul. About 8 rows back into the seats.
And you're kind of seeing it here. The Indiana hitters have really expanded the strike zone. Will a chance to get one more.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Christopherson on the rubber, takes a deep breath. The pitch, swing, and a miss. Christopherson, yes, he strikes out the side. It's 5 in a row for Will.
What a comeback there. After not looking very good against Pine to start the inning, he battles back, puts them all in the book. We head to the 9th. Hawks clinging to a 1-run lead.
How about some insurance? Iowa 5, Indiana 4. We're back for the 9th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Six, 7, 8 coming to the plate for the Hawkeyes. Seegers, Huckstorf, Frazier, with Iowa leading 5-4 in the top of the 9th inning. The winner advances to Saturday's game at 9 a.m. The loser goes to the loser's bracket to take on Michigan in an elimination game tomorrow at 2. We don't want to be in that game. We want to be playing Saturday at 9 a.m. We don't want that middle game on a Friday.
Yeah, you can still get to Saturday morning at 9 a.m. but going directly there without passing the go of Friday at 2 o'clock would be much, much better. In this case, that go to jail free card on Saturday morning would be good.
We need some insurance, John, just to feel a little bit better. I wouldn't mind that. Up 5-4.
As your financial advisor, I would suggest that insurance is good for you at this point. So let's go get some.
Love it. All right, Seegers in the box against Luke Hayden, the sophomore right-hander from Bloomington. Out of the windup, he's ready. He'll throw it to Seegers in the dirt. Kicks up that dirt everywhere on Michael's shoes. Ball one.
That was 95. That was humming. Problem was it only went 60 feet.
Yep. 1-0 pitch to Michael. Low again, ball two.
Yeah, and I think you go right back to the approach that has gotten you here over the last 2 innings is you just keep making these relievers throw strikes because they are a little bit of everywhere.
There's one on the outside corner. Got brought back in the zone by the catcher there on the edge. That's been a marginal strike call. It's been called a strike at times. Today it's 2-1.
Well, I think, we've joked about Ceruto and how much he frames pitches.
That's low that time. Can't frame that one. It's 3-1.
I actually think sometimes he does a little bit of a disservice because it's a little jerky trying to get it back sometimes.
Obvious.
And so, yeah, it becomes pulled that back in, even though it might have been really close. Whoa.
3-1. Oh, you feel bad for Hayden just a bit there as he planted his foot. He slipped, and he threw basically an eephus pitch that popped out of his hand. Wasn't even close. Seegers walks.
Well, I'm just glad he didn't hurt himself. That's I'm glad the home plate umpire is going to go out. He's going to switch balls with him and just check and just make sure. We obviously have a rooting interest, but I by no stretch want something awkward like that to happen. And that was a 46-mile-an-hour whatever. As he has his forward foot just caught a little early and threw off the whole rhythm.
Here is Kyle Huckstorf.
Today's hero.
Today's hero sends one to on the ground to the right side, grabbed by the second baseman. He'll pick it up, spin, throw to first, and get Huckstorf out there. He made a great diving stop. The freshman, that's Cerny. Good play there. Tip your cap. Seegers gets to second base.
It's effective, though. Obviously, Huck, 103 off the bat. You want that to get through. You want to get a hit. But at least he moves Seegers to second. So, again, Hawks haven't been very good in this spot. Still just kind of clicking around it. 2-14, 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
Braden Frazier in the box, the veteran.
But you also have Hayden, who's sprayed it around quite a bit, and so a chance to move up on a wild pitch, a pass ball. If he spikes it a little, Seegers does a great job of reading it.
Michael's got the great eye for that out there at second. 1-0 pitch to Frazier, swing and a miss, 1-1. Michael's lined up at a straight line towards third. Sometimes you see the runner be back a little bit. That usually comes with 2 outs so they can get a good round of third base, but Michael's in a straight line towards third as Frazier hits this foul over to our right, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, I think Seegers is still thinking about there's a stolen base opportunity there, so he's going to kind of get a good lead and see if he can maybe time this up just a little bit.
1-2 is the count to Frazier. The pitch is popped up over the Iowa dugout. Good hang from Braden. Couldn't hold off, so had to get a piece of it.
Well, that was an outstanding slider from Hayden as that was down and away, probably out of the zone. But if you're Frazier, you're kind of committed and went ahead and poked it up into the crowd.
The 1-2. Tapped foul again. Good hang by Frazier. He stays alive.
Another good breaking ball there. Probably another ball, but
yeah.
Again, I'd prefer you kind of go down that way with 2 strikes.
Hayden comes set from the belt. The 1-2 to Frazier. Just outside, ball 2.
Good eye there as he went back to a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And Frazier's got the count back where he's got a few more options here.
The 2-2. In the dirt, gets away from the catcher. He couldn't pin that one down, and Seegers will take third. It knocked off the right shoulder of Ceruto, who's been outstanding today, but it kicked to his right, and Michael gets to third.
Well, you're just asking a lot when you spike that ball so far short of the plate. Spinner down in the ground, so it starts to work away from you as well. Sometimes it bounces back depending on the spin and how it hits. But Seegers now again. Infield comes in. He'll need a good read here because he's got a chance to score on another spike.
Full count pitch to Frazier. Ground ball, diving stop by Pine at third. He's trying to tag Seegers. He can't. Now Seegers in a pickle and tagged out at home. Frazier will get to second base. Another awkward, weird play.
That is just terrible luck. I mean, absolutely the worst luck you could have right there if you're Iowa. Great job from Seegers to not immediately get tagged out.
He tried to go back to third. It's not like he made a bad decision in coming home, but he and Pine were shoulder to shoulder over there at third, and he tried to go back to third. He would have been tagged out there.
And I don't know my college rules well enough, but I almost would have liked to see Seegers run into Ceruto, because Ceruto is standing in the baseline here. And so if he just kind of, and I'm not talking about trying to bowl him over or anything, but just keep running because Ceruto is in a bad position. But the thing that Seegers allowed to do by getting there was Frazier was able to get all the way to second base. So you keep the runner in scoring position with another chance. But, man, just what terrible luck there from Seegers.
A couple times today we've had some really bad luck. We're leading right now 5-4 in the ninth with 2 outs. Moss is the batter. Frazier out there at second. Big-time insurance run if Cade can drive him home. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch from Hayden. Cade hits it on the ground to short. Backhand stop. Throw from the hole to first base. Pulls the runner, the first baseman off the bag, and Moss will beat it out. Runners at the corners for Ben Wilmus.
And that's just good hustle. Cade just moving the whole time. Not assuming. It's a great throw, though, actually. It just pulls him off the bag. Tibbetts did everything he could to keep long toenails or anything on the bag.
Stretched that cleat, but couldn't hang. And now runners at the corners for Ben Wilmus. 2 outs.
Not sure this is a spot you're going to get too creative in with Moss and Frazier, but
first pitch to Ben. Low, ball 1.
Earlier that Indiana threw down, when Iowa tried to steal. So, maybe you try to steal, and if you're Moss, you stop, and then see if Frazier can get in instead.
And the 2 outs is kind of interesting here. Wilmus on the ground, up the middle, and off a diving shortstop's glove. Frazier scores. Moss digging for third. The throw to third gets by the third baseman. Cade's got to stay put right there, and Wilmus will get to second. Hawks lead it 6-4. Yes.
You're asking your catcher to do a whole heck of a lot if you want Cade Moss to jump up from sliding head first into third and get up and score from there. I like the basic concept, but we've joked about Cade being in bubble wrap from time to time. Let's just take it easy. Take a deep breath here. Give Pete a chance to drive in a couple.
That'd be great. He bunted his last time up.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, and I don't know that
he lined out to first.
Yeah, we call it that. Let's call it that. We got a mound visit for Indiana right now. I don't know if they're making a change or not. We haven't seen a signal down yet. Iowa up 6-4 in the ninth.
Hawks do this with 2 infield singles. They have Moss singles in the infield, Wilmus singles in the infield. You get the throwing error there. I don't think they've officially scored this one yet, but
you're right. It is going to be based on if I use my context clues, it'll be a single for Wilmus, and then the throwing error
allows Wilmus to go from first to second.
Right. 6-4 Iowa. Mound visit is concluded. Here's Sam Peterson with runners at second and third and 2 outs.
4 errors for Indiana today. Hawks have been able to haven't scored on this one.
Peterson ready, so is Hayden. First pitch to Sam. Popped up, foul territory. This will get out of play and find the seats. Well, John, Marty was right this morning when he talked about them defensively. For the season, they've been very good, but recently have been poor.
And put pressure on, do the things, make them make the throw to see if they can get you out.
No balls and a strike to Peterson. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch. Outside corner, strike 2.
Really good fastball, just dotted the outside portion of the plate. Hawks bought 1 run of insurance for you. Is there 2 more out there? Do you need the extra insurance? Ooh, great stop from Ceruto.
Sailed that fastball low and out, and he had to spin around on his heel to stop it.
That was 96. We talked about the catch Cade Moss made early in the game. That was just as good from Ceruto.
1-2 pitch from Hayden to Peterson. Here it comes. In the air, deep to left. Get going, baby. It is gone. Sammy P. Boom.
Holy buckets. That's it. We joked with Peterson before the game. It's, do you ever hit a home run that doesn't go way, way, way out? That one does not, but he catches an 87-mile-an-hour slider mistake, center of the plate. The Hawks bought 3 more runs of insurance. Sammy Peterson goes for home run number 11. And look out, folks. Hawks are looking at Saturday with 3 more outs.
9-4 Hawkeyes. Thank you, Sammy P. A bomb of 3 runs to left. He loves that bullpen out there. Here's Brennan Durigi, a first pitch strike to him. Iowa 3 outs away from the Saturday appearance.
Actually, he ignored the bullpen yesterday.
He hit it over it. Yeah, he skipped right over that one. 0-1 to Durigi. That's another strike. 0-2.
Yeah, that one just went 350.
Just
99 miles an hour off the bat. A little top spin hook into the corner.
0-2 to Brennan. Outside corner, he gets punched out on 3 pitches. That's all right. Let's get these last 3 outs. Iowa 9, Indiana 4. 3 outs to go in Omaha. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Here's an easy pill to swallow. Right now, earn a 5-cent fuel saver on every prescription you fill at your Hy-Vee pharmacy. That's 5 cents off per gallon of gas for each prescription filled at Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to fill your prescriptions. Just call or stop by your local Hy-Vee pharmacy and let us handle the rest. You can also fill online or use the mobile app. Fill a prescription and start earning today. Some restrictions apply. See your pharmacy or Hy-Vee.com for details.
The bottom of the 9th inning, Iowa 9, Indiana 4. And the Hoosiers will come to the plate with 9-1-2, Ceruto, Glasser, and Whalen. It was a big topic of discussion as we got to the 8th inning and then to the top of the 9th. Who would Iowa go to for the last 3 outs? Would they stick with Christopherson? Would they go with Whitlock? We've got our answer. The Hawkeyes will make a change and go with Jack Whitlock.
7-0 on the season, 15 appearances, 1 game started, 1 save on the year. He's got a 1.29 ERA. 28 innings, 12 hits, 8 runs, only 4 of those were earned, 6 walks, 30 strikeouts. Opponents getting him at a 132 batting average. And he was one of yesterday's heroes as well, or Tuesday's heroes as well. Comes in now with thought was going to be a pretty high leverage situation. Instead, it's a slightly more comfortable situation, but don't relax. Go get the outs. Let's get ready to have tomorrow off and play a game on Saturday.
Yeah, you know, he's gonna have to see how he responds, right? After a day off yesterday, and the recovery of every pitcher is very different.
And we haven't asked Jack to throw twice in a weekend. And this is effectively twice in a weekend, Tuesday, Thursday. He hasn't been asked to do that yet.
Out of the windup, the first pitch is a strike to Ceruto on the inside corner.
They also haven't seen Jack's curveballs yet, as you can tell by Ceruto turning away from that one, worried about being hit.
He turned away, but it was in there. 0-1 pitch from Jack. Check swing, didn't matter. Outside corner there, nothing in 2.
Okay, so you hit the 1 spot with a curveball. You hit the 7 spot with a curveball. That's just trouble now if you're Ceruto.
Whitlock ready, out of the windup, the 0-2. Swing and a miss, 1 down.
3 pitches, 3 outs. Ceruto said, "Is that legal?" as he walks back to the dugout.
Also need to throw in there, Gable Mitchell's into the game at second base for the Hawkeyes. Indiana hitters have struck out 6 times in a row.
I like that.
That is a good trend for the Hawkeyes.
Big fan.
Iowa 9-4 in the 9th.
4 spot in the 7th, 4 spot in the 9th.
After Senard, we got him. Top of the order for the Hoosiers now with Glasser. And Whitlock missed just outside there, ball 1.
I think it's a good thing TrackMan's not updating for me because I might complain about that one.
It does get tricky, doesn't it? Especially with Glasser, who crowds the plate the way he does. 1-0 pitch from Jack. That's down central, 1-1.
I'm not going to get rid of my Indiana scouting report because I got a feeling we're going to need it Saturday.
I think you're probably right on that one. 1-1 pitch from Whitlock. Ground ball up the middle. Backhand stop by Seegers. Long throw from the hole. Got him at first.
And
2 down.
We're not going to be quite so obvious to say that, defense was the only difference. But, boy, you have seen the Hawkeyes make some defensive plays. And you're sitting there looking at the board, and Indiana with 4 errors. Pine made a great play to save a run there, but they just haven't been able to consistently do that the way the Hawkeyes have. You had a ground ball up the middle to Glasser that it goes off his glove. Whitlock to close it out.
Bobby Whalen is the batter. Base is empty with 2 outs. All the Iowa fans on their feet. I would say it's, of the folks here, 4/5 Iowa fans.
I'd agree with that. It's getting hard to tell because, of course, you've got Nebraska and Maryland red.
Right.
Good pitch there. Coming in now to kind of be ready and take their seats. And so, obviously, all the Reds, not Indiana right now.
I'm looking forward to you and me kicking our feet up and watching that one later tonight.
It's going to be a lot more fun if the Hawks close this out.
1-1 pitch from Whitlock. Hit in the air to left center. Peterson and Huckstorf, they come together. They're both calling for it. Kyle makes the play, and that'll do it. Hawks win 9-4. And we get a skip Friday. We'll talk to you on Saturday. Hawkeye Nation, yes.
Wow, what. Again, what you saw was you just saw the grit of this Hawkeye team. Senard wasn't even really having it his way against them. Iowa was grinding out good at bats, but they just didn't get the payoff. Bases loaded, nobody out in the first. You don't get anything out of it. This guy shut you down the last time you were in Bloomington. They kept working, got into the bullpen, and boy, followed the scouting report to a T once it got in there and just got it done with 8 runs in the last 3 innings.
How about that? For the Hawkeyes, 9-4 over Indiana. That sends the Hoosiers down to the losers bracket, and they will play Michigan tomorrow at 2 p.m. in an elimination game. As the Hawkeyes come off the field, greeted by those in the black and gold, they are fired up. A warm reception from those sitting right behind their dugout for the entire game. And we get to skip Friday. Good thing, John, we both agreed when we left Iowa City earlier in the week. I was able to speak for you. You were able to speak for me. I packed for 6 days, John. I didn't pack for 2. Looks like I'm going to use up all my clothes.
I brought 4 game day clothes and 2 off day clothes. I'm going to get both off days, and we still have to win another game to get to Sunday. But the path is very, very clear right now.
Well, it's a little bit easier. We've kind of kicked out some of the debris on our path, and Indiana and Michigan will duke it out in the the elimination game rather, tomorrow afternoon at 2. We don't have to worry about anything tomorrow now. We'll play Saturday at 9 a.m., whoever comes out of that elimination game. Iowa 9, Indiana 4. From Omaha. Let's break down this game a little bit here before Coach Sutherland joins us in the broadcast booth, John. It was a little bit like that Michigan game yesterday where we just had to get through their starter, only Indiana got to our starter a little bit sooner than Michigan did to Marcus Tuesday.
Well, but again, what you saw was the start could have went a lot worse for Brody. I know that there's no part of the line that Brody likes. 4 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 2 hit batters. There isn't any part of that he liked. I guess the end of it is it could have been worse. And you know, he kind of kept figuring out how to get through. He kept working. Jared Simpson came in, did a nice job to get out of that. Then he got into a little trouble of his own. Christofferson gives up the single when he comes in there, but they just kept fighting. And the other side of it again, look at the hitting distribution for the Hawkeyes. Every Hawkeye starter had a hit. 2 guys had 2, but every starter had a hit. And we've talked about this over and over this year. You look at it and go, okay, if we can handle those 2 guys, we can win. We can beat this Iowa team. It doesn't apply. Yeah. Up and down the lineup is guys, you know, Huckstorf batting 7th. You know, 3 RBI double to clear the bases, give the Hawks the lead. And oh, by the way, then Petey comes back up top of the order. 3-run home run again out of the 2-hole. You know, to open the game up completely. And that's, the guys are just taking good at bats. They drew 6 walks off a team that doesn't walk a ton of guys, but they show great plate discipline again. And I know neither line, I guess O'Halloran's line ended up looking bad at the end, but Senard's line doesn't look bad, but they did what they needed to do to not let him go 8. And that was huge, because they knew if they got into the bullpen, they had a better chance than to continue to see Senard. And never sensed that we got frustrated in the batter's box. No, you saw him executing pitches, and you heard it this morning in scout. If he throws that pitch, tip your cap to him and just go back to the dugout. We're just not going to chase it, because we're not going to expand the zone then a ball farther. And man, did they stick to the plan. Iowa 9, Indiana 4. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa comes back and knocks off Indiana 9-4 after scoring 8 runs in the last 3 innings. We're pleased to be joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, congratulations on that win today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is what you get this time of year, right? Everybody's kind of fighting for their lives. Every win matters. This is why you play, and that's what I kept telling them even the first 5 innings. I mean, men, like, this is why you compete. This is why baseball is great. I told them this before the, I don't know, 6th or 7th. I said, listen, best part about baseball is that it can all be a S-word show for the longest time, and then it just flips on a dime because you just stack a few at-bats together, and you know, that's what we finally did. But I was telling Rick before I came up here, I was really happy with our at-bats all day long. We just get the big hit. I don't know what the left-on base numbers were, but 12. I mean, you know, the kid gets out of the first inning. You know, you don't feel great. You know, they come and score too. Brody's effort today was a great effort. I mean, he wasn't great early, didn't have a slider, which that's very rare, but he guts it out, gets us into the 5th inning, puts some zeros up after that, and you just let us hang around, and that's what you have to do on the mound. And then after him, you know, we did a great job. Will Christofferson was electric, lights out, and then Jack closing it out. But I really think Brody extending that game, you know, and getting us into the 5th inning was a really big deal, and did it without his best stuff. But, you know, you could argue that that's a bigger growth moment for him than really any other thing that's happened, because, you know, he's had trouble stopping those things in the past, and So really happy for him. And, again, I just thought offensively, everything was going. I just kept, hey, men, just keep doing it. The dam's going to break at some point. You just got to stay with it. You got to still believe in yourself, play pitch to pitch. And we certainly got a ton of huge hits, Huck and Honar. So you look at Sam's having a rotten day. Just like I said, it can turn on a dime. You just got to keep playing. He gets the big hit. And then, like I said, Huck with the base clear. They were playing us in some weird shifts, and I was just like, are we going to burn them one time here, with where they're at? And certainly they were playing Huck way into the opposite field. And so a ball that's just a single through the 5-6 hole ends up being a double and clears them. So, man, a lot of fun. We had a great support, great job by Hawk fans. I know we're going to have this place rocking here in the next couple of days.
You probably don't need to convince the guys too much anymore to stick with the plan, because we've done that the last 2 days and it's paid off.
Well, it's just – they're bought in, man, and as a coach, that's all you can ask for. They understand what we're trying to do, and they understand that they don't have to be the guy. And you look again at the production, everybody has a hit in the lineup. Everybody did something, and when we didn't come through, somebody picked us up, especially late in that game. And, it's just, again, it says a lot about them and who they are as people and who they are as Hawkeyes, and we're lucky to coach them. And, it's just fun to go to the park every day because you know what you're going to get, right? You know you're going to get a focus group. They're going to play hard. They're going to play for one another. And, again, we just have a bunch of guys not trying to do anything more than what they can, right? And that's sometimes a hard thing to do as a player.
You had 9 hungry wolves. You had more than 9, but you had some hungry wolves on the team today. We touched on that earlier today, Coach.
Yeah, and it's just that mentality of one-on-one, it's hard to win a game. But when you have 9 guys getting after them, doing your 1/9 and just trying to figure out ways to improve the situation, whether that's knocking in a run at your time or getting the next guy to the plate, that's what team offense is all about. Your ability to execute. We were great in 3-2 counts. I think we won every one but one, which was huge because when we played Senard the first outing, he won all of them. We were like 0 for 5, and today we won them, and credit to him. He battled his butt off, 118 pitches. We made him work. We just couldn't get the big one on him. But you felt sometimes when you have situations like this, like think back to 16 against Ohio State. We were down 4-0 going into the 9th, and they had a left-hander. He carved us when we had no shot, and they took him out, and we scored 4 in the 9th. Man. And sometimes it doesn't matter who the next guy is. You just need the next guy in, and then all of a sudden everybody can take a deep breath. They're a little more confident. So what a great day, and like I said, great support by our Hawk fans. And hey, let's fill this thing up Saturday, 9 a.m. It's early. Hopefully we can get you here for a couple days and make a good run and finish this off. But let's pack this thing and let's have this walk. Yeah. Let's have this rocking here.
Let's get after it. It'll be the weekend by then, Coach. And
absolutely.
Come spend your Friday night in Omaha. Let's have some fun tonight.
That's right. Thanks.
All right. Congratulations on the win. Associate head coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Omaha. Hawks win at 9-4. We'll come back right after this with highlights, and we'll wrap things up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
How about that win today, Hawkeye Nation? 9-4 in a comeback effort over Indiana. This is going to be fun, too. Let's go over some of the highlights from today's winner. Another full count pitch. Frazier shoots it into right. It is caught by Taylor. Huckstorf cannot tag. The throw goes all the way to the backstop, though. A poor throw. Huckstorf will score on the delay, and Iowa gets one back. It's 2-1. Got a couple of strikeouts today. The third one would be a big one if he can get it right here. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Honar waving his bat through the zone. Now he shoulders it. Here comes the 2-2. Line drive. Base hit into right. Into the corner. DeRiggi will score. Tello's headed for third. Honar brings us closer with the RBI single. Prompts the Iowa fans to cheer loudly. First pitch to Huck. Base hit to left. Into the corner, 2. Tello scores. Here comes Honar. They're sending Seegers. He'll score 2. It's a bases clearing double. Kyle Huckstorf. Yeah! How about that for Huckstorf? Iowa 5-4. Huck at second. Foley ready with the 0-1. Here it comes to Frazier. Runner takes off, pitches high. No throw to third. Huckstorf gets there.
Pine was not even ready. He was paying no attention at third base at all.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch from Christopherson. Swing and a miss. Got him fishing. Hook, line, sinker. 2 down. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Christopherson on the rubber, takes a deep breath. The pitch, swing, and a miss. Christopherson, yes, he strikes out the side. It's 5 in a row for Will. 2 outs is kind of interesting here. Wilmus on the ground, up the middle, and off a diving shortstop's glove. Frazier scores. Moss digging for third. The throw to third gets by the third baseman. Cade's got to stay put right there, and Wilmus will get to second. Hawks lead it 6-4. Yes.
You're asking.
1-2 pitch from Hayden to Peterson. Here it comes. In the air, deep to left. Get going, baby. It is gone. Sammy P. 1-1 pitch from Whitlock, hit in the air to left center. Peterson and Huckstorf, they come together. They're both calling for it. Kyle makes the play, and that'll do it. Hawks win 9-4. And we get a skip Friday. We'll talk to you on Saturday. Hawkeye Nation, yes. A comeback victory for Iowa today, scoring 8 runs in the last 3 innings. 4 in the 7th, 4 in the 9th. Iowa beats Indiana today 9-4. 11 hits for the Hawkeyes. Really exploded there in the second half of the game, holding Indiana to just 5 hits. The Hoosiers committed 4 errors. Clean baseball defensively for Iowa. All right, we get a skip tomorrow. We'll talk to you on Saturday morning. John, a closing thought on this one.
An hour's worth of not very fun combined with an hour and a half, 2 hours of a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll take that on the back end, right? Yes.
Exactly.
We'll take however it finishes. We want it to be fun. Iowa 9-4 today over Indiana. Finally broke through against the Hoosiers after a tough regular season against them. But we're moving on. Indiana will drop down, and they'll play in the elimination game tomorrow afternoon against Michigan. The winner of that one, they'll have to beat us twice now on Saturday. That's what makes things tough. I'd rather just play that team one time and advance on to Sunday, win that 9 o'clock game. That's how I'd rather have it.
That sounds like a good plan. Let's suggest that to Coach Heller and see what he says.
Yeah, see if that's an original thought for coaching the team. All right, Iowa wins it today, improving to 41-13. Indiana dropping to 41-17. All right, our next broadcast will be 9 a.m. Well, the first pitch will be at 9 a.m. on Saturday. John and I will go live on the Hawkeye Radio Network at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday. We get a day off tomorrow. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Thank you to my great board op, Nate, today. Nate, excellent job. Thanks for filling in today. Great job down the line. My broadcast partner, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Iowa advancing. The Hawkeyes 9, the Hoosiers 4. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.